Live stream check 1, 2, 3.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, everybody. I'd like to call to order the Board of Retirement and Board of Investments offsite. Although it's officially a Board of Retirement offsite, this is a special meeting of both boards. So the time is now 9:03, and it's May 28th, 24. Our first item of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you please stand, Ms. Gray, can you please lead us?
Put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And for all those with a microphone in front of them, the button on the right allows you to turn on the microphone and talk. And I've been told no matter what, don't push the button on the left. So good luck. Okay, our next item is our procedure for a teleconference meeting under AB 2449 and 54953F. We've had no requests for that section, so we will move on to public comment. Oh, excuse me. Okay. Oh, you know what? I guess we do have to do the official announcement and also the acknowledging who's here. So let's turn this over to Bonnie.
Thank you, Chair Kehoe. This meeting is being held virtually and in person, so I will do a roll call of trustees to confirm attendance. From the Board of Retirement, Ms. Durazo.
here.
Mr. Harris.
Here.
Ms. Gray.
Here.
Mr. Sanchez. Mr. Oakham. Mr. Rue.
Present.
Mr. Moore.
Here.
Chair Kehoe.
Present.
Trustee Green and Trustee Ginsburg will not be joining us today, and Trustee Robbins will be joining us this afternoon. From the Board of Investments, Trustee Patrick Jones, Nicole Mee, and Debbie Martin will also be present. Staff participating in the meeting include CEO Santos Kryman, Deputy CEO Louis Lugo, Assistant Executive Officers JJ Popowich and Laura Guglielmo, Chief Investments Officer John Grable, Deputy CIO Jude Perez, Chief Counsel Stephen Rice, managers and staff include Tatiana Bayer, Tiona Fredericks, Kathy Delino, Sami Wong, Kelso Templo, Chat Arande, Ricky Contreras, and Fiduciary Counsel Ashley Dunning. Trustees, simply turn on your mics to be placed in the queue. At this time, we ask all meeting participants to mute their mics until you are ready to speak. And now we may proceed with the agenda.
Perfect. And confirming we have a quorum. Bonnie? We have a quorum. Right. Okay, so we'll move on now to public comment. I've received no request from the public to speak. I'll just confirm that. Okay, so next item is our welcome and opening remarks. Mr. Kryman.
Practice this whole thing. And the one thing that they didn't teach me was how to turn this thing on. Is it on? Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's not on. Well, all right. Want to thank Trustee Mee. I appreciate it more than you know, to be honest with you. So, welcome everyone. I wanted to make sure that I thank the chair and the trustees for being here. I know that it's a once an annual event, and it's something that the staff really look forward to hosting you all making sure that we're laser focused on the priorities of the board, of what is needed by our members. And so I just want to say thank you to the staff that are here, to some of our business partners that made it, that are going to make presentations today and tomorrow. And so just wanted to say welcome. I do want to, at this point, talk a little bit about, I believe we're going to practice the QR code. Is that right, Bonnie? Where did Bonnie go? Well, let's move forward. So I think that, this is a lot harder than I thought it was going to be honest with you. So I'm going to go ahead and move forward and talk a little bit about today's events. I believe I am supposed to, this is our theme, every step counts towards a better tomorrow. Wanted to make sure that, that we talk a little bit about that. And the survey that we all did, wanted to make sure that we talk a little bit about that. And so I believe that Bonnie is working these particular slides. The first question that we had asked was, what year did LA County establish a pension trust fund? And everybody probably knows that was in 1937. Is that correct? And in 1938 was when the Board of Retirement was introduced in to administer the fund. And so we've been around for a very, very long time. And how many employees do we have? Actually, I believe those are individuals that are actually on the staff, not budgeted positions. And so the right answer is actually 424 staff. So congratulations to those that were able to pick that out. And so the last question, I'm sorry, was the first public pension fund was actually established in New York. It was created in 1857. It provided a lump sum payment to the New York City police officers injured in the line of duty. And in 1866, New York City broadened the coverage to include firefighters. And so in terms of a defined pension plans, benefit plans, we have New York to thank. And so they were doing what was right for public servants. So I wanted to just at a glance what the agenda is going to be. We're going to talk a little bit today about aligning our purpose and our values, talk a little bit about our strategic journey. We'll take a break, and then we're going to talk about our IT modernization, the roadmap moving forward. There's been a lot of good activity that we have to make sure that we talk about where we came from and where we're going. And so IT is going to play a major focus on that. We do a little bit of fiduciary training, looking forward to that. And then, of course, we're going to talk a little bit about advancing LACERA's governance and ethics as part of jumping off the fiduciary training as well. So we're looking forward to that. And I wanted to go to the next slide now. So when I was thinking about today and what I was going to talk about, so my opening remarks, it dawned on me that it was important for me to share this particular poem with you all. It does have a special meaning to me, and I'll give you the backstory on it. My father passed away, I want to say 11 years ago, 2011. How many years is that? 13 years ago. And so one day I had the opportunity to spend a whole day with him, and he was in hospice care. And I asked my dad, who was an immigrant that came to this country back in the early 60s, and I asked him why he decided to come to America, to the United States, from Nicaragua. And he actually traveled from Germany to Nicaragua, and he immigrated from Nicaragua to the United States in 1961. And he turned to my mom and he asked my mom to give him his wallet. And he always carried a wallet with his check. And in the back of it, he had a piece of paper and this poem was in there. And the poem is called The Bridge Builder. It's by Will Allen Drumgoole, who was a female writer in the 20th century. I believe she passed away in 1934, if I remember correctly, and born in 1880, something like that. So let me read this poem for you all and give you a little bit of what my father told me. So it said, an old man going a lone highway came at the evening cold and gray to a chasm vast, deep and wide, through which was flowing a sullen tide. The old man crossed in the twilight dim. The sullen stream had no fear for him, but he turned when safe on the other side and built a bridge to span the tide. Old man, said a fellow pilgrim near, you are wasting your strength with building here. Your journey will end with the ending day. You never again will pass this way. You've crossed the chasm deep and wide. Why build this bridge at evening tide? The builder lifted his old gray head. Good friend, in the path I have come, he said, there followed after me today a youth whose feet must pass this way. This chasm that has been as naught to me, to that fair-haired youth may a pitfall be. He too must cross in the twilight dim. Good friend, I am building this bridge for him. And so in the discussions with my father, which happened to be one of the last conversations that I did have, I think I had one last conversation with him after that. He said that you need to make sure that as you go through life, that you make people's lives better, that you make sure that you carve a path for people to follow. And so for my staff, we have a strategic plan that our trustees have worked long and hard on, that we've worked long and hard on to make sure that we have some direction to go. And so this poem kind of reflects the fact that we have a lot to do. In the present day, there are no other people on this planet, quite frankly, that have the opportunity to implement and execute on this plan. It's incumbent upon everyone in this room, trustees, staff, our business partners, to work hard to make sure that this plan comes to fruition. And so my father at that point made that very, very clear to us, or to me, that you work for the benefit of other people. And this bridge is not only for us to build, that future generations of LACERA employees can cross that bridge and get to that point where we can say, hey, we've really accomplished something profound here. But it's also for our members, those individuals that are going to transition if employment to retirement. So the bridge is two ways. And so I asked all of the staff to make sure that you heed the words of the last conversation I had with my father. I believe the last words he mentioned to me was that he said, you should never quit because you're tired. You should only quit when you're finished. And so it's profound. And it was a really great story to hear. And so he looked at us and that's what he said. And so I asked you to make sure that we move forward, that we take the job that we have at hand and the task that we have at hand in order to move LACERA forward, and making sure that we make the lives of our members better moving forward. And so remember, don't quit because you're tired, quit because you're finished. And my father told me that he was finished. He didn't quit. And so I want to make sure that we don't quit, that we just continue moving forward. That's what LACERA is all about. It always has been about that. And so that's why the theme for today, every step counts towards a better tomorrow, is very, very appropriate at this point in time. So please listen attentively, please participate, and we're going to go ahead and do great things together. So with that, I get the opportunity with the chair's blessing to turn it over to Mr. Lugo. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Kehoe, trustees, team members, business partners. I was going to pick the mic up and actually walk around. My wife went to an Adele concert on Saturday, and I'm going to spare you guys because I'm inspired to do a ballad, but I'll spare you guys and I'll keep it professional back here. So aligning our purpose and values. So we want to talk about, before we delve into the strategic plan, we want to talk about our purpose and values as it relates to LACERA and the specifically the values that the board approved, both the Board of Retirement and the Board of Investment approved. We haven't spent time on really delving into these values. And I want to take a few minutes, we want to take a few minutes to really reintroduce our 6 core values. So that's going to be a portion, and then walk through our strategic plan. We're going to focus with respect to our strategic plan on the member. So you'll hear Tatiana and Tiona talking about some of the concepts that were introduced last offsite and conceptualized, and we had conceptualized. Now it's actually work planning. It's actually, rubber meets the road, moving forward on some of these planning efforts. So we'll walk through that. And then lastly, the theme of today is every step counts towards a better tomorrow. And that's really about continuous improvement. Before I move forward with that, how many of you know Jim Valvano? Raise your hands if you're familiar with Jim Valvano. I promise I won't keep this in a sports reference. It's more of a life reference. If you have the opportunity, he has a speech in 1993 as part of the ESPYs, right before he passed away. I think 2 months after that speech, he passed away of cancer. And if you know Jim Valvano and the coach he was, he inspired, he motivated, and he led by example. And he was truly passionate and demonstrative in terms of his beliefs. And 3 things that he said in that speech, and again, I highly recommend if you have time it's about a 15-minute speech. He talked about one's life, and if you laugh, you spend some time in thought, and if you spend some time moving your emotions to tears, that'll be a heck of a day, a full day, a special day. And how that resonates with us at LACERA, and I promise I won't, you can artificially grab these if you watch Up or Marley and Me or any type of movie, but that inspires you. But for us, I really want to look at this in terms of our values, our 6 core values, and what that means for us. So we have our mission that when we 2 years ago looked at our mission and evaluated it and see if it needed any tweaking, almost 100% of the staff and trustees said our mission is strong. It's mighty. It's the bedrock of our mission is our members to produce, protect, provide. Any one of you, in terms of our staff members, our trustees, can resonate with this mission as it relates to producing, protecting, and providing a promised benefit to our members. We did look at our vision, and our vision is twofold. One, on the security side in terms of the pension benefit that members earn, but also on the healthcare side, which we'll spend a lot of time in day 2 on, talking about the security of that healthcare and how that is important to our members. But I wanted to spend time on our values. And we have this, and I credit this to Ricky and her team a couple of years ago came up with this mantra of I act. This isn't about memorization, it's about practice. And what we look at I act is about our commitment to act in accordance to our values, our 6 core values, which are outlined here in front of you. And it's making sure that, again, it's not about memorizing these values, but about practicing them. So if you look at the 6 values in front of you, all of the trustees have a picture frame that all of our management team received in our offsite last October, and also a mug that kind of reminds you of our 6 values. But I wanted to take kind of a Cliff Notes version of our 6 values as it relates to integrity, trust, and ethical conduct. And it's important that we look at this from a modeling standpoint, and we reinforce this not only among ourselves, but also with our team members and with our business partners as we engage in our day-to-day work, whether that's investment deals, working on litigation, working within our, with each other in terms of improving our operations and our administrative capabilities. These are the things that we need to hold front and center as it relates to our conversations day to day. Inclusivity welcomes all individuals. Further expands again on our website, but this is about welcoming all individuals. When we talk about innovation, it's continually improving at all aspects of what we do. Accountability, act with professionalism and respect at all times, and representing LACERA and our 190,000 members. Collaboration, we have two boards, but we're one LACERA. So we act as one LACERA. We collaborate with one another. You see some of our Board of Investment trustees are here today. Our investment staff are here today. We're all collectively one. And then lastly, transparency. Communicate openly and honestly. And again, we need to live these values and ensure that we model them, we enforce them, we reinforce them, and we live those in terms of our representation on LACERA. Because all of you, we talk about our fiduciary responsibilities, but every staff has a responsibility in terms of being ambassadors to LACERA and our 190,000 members. So again, we wanted to take a little bit of time to really focus in on our values. We're going to make a commitment, in terms of our approaches as it relates to our 6 core values and embedding them throughout and interweaving those values throughout the organization in terms of our presentation approach or our communication to staff and business partners alike. Our strategic plan. So the Board of Retirement and quite frankly, the Board of Retirement strategic plan, let me rephrase that, was approved July of 2023. The team has been hard at work in putting together a work plan. We had a management offsite in October. Effective the start of this year, we launched into our work plans. We provided the first update to the Operations Oversight Committee in terms of the defined work plans, their milestones, and the corresponding tasks. You'll hear some of that today in a little bit more detail throughout the Superior Member Experience, and then later on with the Innovation Through Technology or the Modernization presentation that Kathy and her team will be giving. A little bit of context for the newer trustees. When we launched this work plan, and some of the trustees in the dais were a part of this, we used a lot of the information from a study that was done, or excuse me, a audit that was done in 2022 by Ide Bailey through internal audit in terms of our operational efficiency. So this strategic plan is, it's tactical, it's operationally focused. Although there's some aspirational aspects, it does tackle in some foundational things that we want to accomplish. So you talk about business intelligence included within our strategic plan, knowledge management. So there are some operational aspects of the strategic plan, but we lay that as a foundation to get to where we want to go, as in terms of, if you look at this operational maturity model, we're in kind of that, first, second stage, and we want to really elevate. At the conclusion of this strategic plan, we really should be in the third, fourth stage. And that's our goal collectively at LACERA, is to really be at that strategic level where we're really looking at process improvement continuously. And then I'll leave the group with this before I pass it over to JJ Popowich. Again, it's a journey. It's not a destination. We talk about every step counts towards a better tomorrow. We will celebrate every step, but we want to make sure that our mindset is looking at striving for the carrot we cannot reach. So always looking at improving. So with that, I'll pass it over to JJ to set us off for the 2 objectives.
Thank you, Louis. Good morning, everybody. So Louis talked a little bit about our vision, empowering members to enjoy a healthy and secure retirement. And that vision is truly a very powerful statement. It serves as a beacon for everybody that works at LACERA, providing focus for our teams as we begin our journey into a superior member experience. And so what is a member experience? On the face of it, it's very simple, right? It's what is the member experience as they go through their journey. But a member experience program is a commitment to look at service and the way that we deliver that service through the member's eyes, always understanding that their point of view, their needs, their wishes, and then tailoring everything that we do to meet to meet them wherever they are, to meet their needs, whatever they are, and to interact with them whichever way they wish us to interact with them. And there's many different ways to do that, whether it be in person, whether it be virtual, whether it be via email or secure message, or just information on our website. It's always about anticipating their needs and delivering upon those needs before they even know they have those needs. Because if you learn about your members, you learn about what they need to know, when they need to know it, you make sure that you're there for them for each stage of their life cycle through LACERA, and for each journey that they go through. And what's a journey? A journey is a segment of time where they're interacting with LACERA for a particular purpose. That journey could be the new hire journey. It could be the retirement journey, the retiree healthcare journey. It could be a journey where they just want to purchase service, or it could be a journey for even before they join LACERA and they're learning about working for the county. So today we're going to hear from two leaders, Tatiana Bayer, our new division manager of member services, and Tiana Fredericks, senior retirement benefit specialist from Retiree Healthcare. And Tatiana will be taking a deeper dive into the development of our Superior Member Experience Program, which starts with the Member Experience Council, a group of LACERA staff members from across the organization who will work together to guide us as we look at the various journeys that our members go through, learn about what our members need in those journeys, and deliver on it, improving that experience for them. They will identify these journeys, and Tatiana will talk more about that, and the improvement plans for that. And while the Member Experience Council will focus on all the different journeys that members go through their lifetime with LACERA, there is one very special journey that members go through, and that is the retiree healthcare journey. It's unique in and of itself. And so therefore, Tiana Fredericks is going to be talking about enhancing the retiree healthcare experience, which is looking at that specific journey and the number of small journeys that they go through, not small in importance, but shorter journeys that they go through while retirees in retiree healthcare. And so we're very proud of our new team members and their new roles. And so with that, let me bring up Tatiana Bayer, and she can get started with the Member Experience Council. Sure.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair Kehoe, Board Trustees, and everyone else. It is my pleasure to be. It's better now? Yeah. It is my pleasure to be here today presenting the Superior Member Experience Strategic Planning, the Member Experience Council Initiative. When our executive office asked me to present this initiative, I was both honored and excited with this opportunity. It gave me a great sense of appreciation and belonging to be able to contribute to the success of the strategic planning and work in our objectives. It also allows me to collaborate with so many talented individuals and get to know and work with people from all over the organization. I'm short, so there you go. So before we get started, there we go. So before we get started, I want to ask actually everyone a question. When do you think the LACERA's member journey begins? And by a show of hands, when do you think it begins when somebody gets hired? Good. Or when do you think it begins when somebody reaches 10 years of service, they are vested? Okay. Who thinks it begins when somebody is about to retire 3 to 6 months before they retire? Okay. And who thinks it begins after somebody retires? Good job. Y'all passed. Yes, so actually the LACERA journey begins when somebody gets hired, when they become a member. Keep in mind that even though the journey begins when somebody gets hired, every phase they go through, coming to mid-career, any life event, pre-retirement, disability retirement, service-connected or non-service connected, all of those are journeys. We have been discussing about this for many, many years now, and it's going to be a big part of the presentation today. So let's keep thinking about that while I go through this presentation. So the board approved the strategic plan initiative, Superior Member Experience Priority, and at our April Operations Oversight Committee, we shared the work plan. Today, we are super excited to share our progress and how we plan to carry out this plan on the next several months and several years. And actually, we're right on track on the proposal. In fact, the Member Experience Council Charter has just been approved as of April. And we may be asking, how do we know we're going to be successful? Well, to measure success, we need to create tools that is going to allow us to review and track the progress of the objectives. We need to set goals and key performance indicators, the KPI. We need to assess the services quality across each channel. And all of that is going to keep us and help identify member interaction pain points and how we can improve the services. We are also reviewing the possibility for automation, which is going to reduce manual errors and focus on efficiency and developing staff. As we work on the plan and begin building the journeys, we are going to begin reviewing the budget needs for this project. So for example, right now we use the SurveyMonkey system. We may determine that another survey system is going to be needed. More to be seen on that. Okay, the first strategic plan initiative is a superior member experience. This initiative, like JJ said, it consists in 4 different objectives. The member experience channel, experience council, the enhanced retiree healthcare experience, the member educational program, and develop digital strategy. Today, we're going to be discussing the member experience council priority. And after me, you're going to be hearing from Tiana Fredericks about the retiree healthcare enhancement. Both the member education program and develop digital strategy initiatives have a target start date to begin 25-26, as previously presented by our executive team. Even though they have a future date, some of the tasks on those initiatives will be focused on have been worked on or currently being working on progressively on development, such as the online retirement application and the standardized retirement counseling. We are also happy to announce that the member experience communication platform is being finalized, and beginning in a couple of weeks, we're going to begin listening to demos from different companies who passed the first phase, so you can make a selection very shortly. And some exciting news, the healthcare division this year, in collaboration with Systems, they made a tremendous progress on the automating the annual Medicare Part B premium verification process. They were to complete all of the Part Bs sometime in March of this year. And their 23-24 graduate class just finished May 1st, along with our class, the core benefits class, which, by the way, we now call them the SBT, the Specialist Basic Training class. Also, disability retirement, they implemented successfully the case manager system they call the CMS, not to confuse the CMS with Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services. It's another CMS. And we're looking forward to be learning from them when we begin implementing all of that, in our divisions along member services, healthcare, communications, etc. AI and online chat options are a big part of the current discussions, and it's going to be a big part of the digital strategy initiative. Our systems division will also be addressing some of these goals on their presentation today. Like you, I'm looking forward to hear from them as well. Okay. So LACERA's superior member experience has moved from just an idea or a concept many of us have been discussing over the last years and now is a plan. And we are putting in place as presented in the Oversight Operations Committee. A big part of the member experience program is understanding how our members interact with us. We want to encourage the members to let us know how we are doing and how their experience was. When they get assisted with coming to the retirement, when they get hired, or any questions they may have. We also have to understand that each member has unique needs, and we need to target services based on what they expect from us. We should identify who our members are, understand their different demographics, needs, and preferences. We plan to continue to survey members and look into different ways on how to do it. Our approach for this initiative is to understand that our members go through a lifetime of unique journeys, and it's important to identify all of the touch points, which means mapping all of the interactions they also have with us on each journey they go through their career and after retirement. We are also going to be discussing the omni-channel approach and how we can meet our members' preferred method of communication on the next slides. So the Superior Member Experience Initiative has mainly 3 goals. First, to create a Member Experience Council, which has been created. Second one is to ensure a consistent omnichannel member experience. And number 3, to define and map unique journeys. So number 1, we did create the Member Experience Council, and it consists of team members from different divisions among LACERA. We work very close with other teams, with other initiatives. So for example, working close with Tiana Fredericks and her team on their initiative. And next year, we're going to be working closely with the member educational program and developing digital strategy. We are also going to be working with technology and knowledge management. We're also working closely too with another initiative, the DEI IDEA. Number 2 is to ensure a consistent omnichannel member experience that includes investing in staff's training to ensure that all channels offer the same level of counseling. And number 3, define and map unique members' journeys. Look into a member professional life cycle as well as any life changes they have during their career and after retirement. So for example, they may get married, they may have a baby, they may get divorced. That can happen when they're still working or after retirement. Those are all unique journeys as well. And we're going to be talking about the journeys in the next few slides. So please meet my team. That's the Member Experience Council team. And we have people from different backgrounds. We have a presentation from just about every part of LACERA that impacts and touches a member. So we have people from benefits division, from communications, disability retirement, quality assurance, member services, retiree healthcare division, legal, and systems. This new group is working on developing a concrete plan, working on aligning resources, and coordinating efforts. We are super excited to be collaborating on this project and learning from each other. I want to give a shout out to JJ. JJ, thank you for your leadership and support. From December 03 through actually JJ is our executive sponsor, I forgot to mention that. From December 03 through March 24th, the group began meeting every week to design the plan. And together we're able to finalize the work plan, the plan initiative, and the plan charter. Now we're meeting about every other week, and we're going to begin developing each plan. We chose together the new hire journey as our pilot program to start the plan. We're going to be talking more about the new hire journey towards the end of the presentation. We have a big job ahead of us, and we continue to lead our strategic planning priority of superior member experience. We are currently working alongside the HR department to select important training for the council team. From learning what MAP journey is to different approaches on how to improve and measuring a member journey. Once the journey's mapping is finalized and defined, we're going to be training staff as well. We are planning to provide updates to the executive office and the board through the operations oversight committee on a quarterly basis. As previously discussed in previous slides, we began working on prioritizing our members' unique journeys. So I do have a question for the trustees only. So I'm hoping your phones are working. You had to scan on the barcode. And please select just the first one, question number 1 only. Okay. So we know our members, they love to share their thoughts and suggestions with you. We are together on this for one purpose, to serve our members. We love hearing from them. So looking towards the future, which of the following options would you think members will want to see? Please pick your top 3. Could be, do they want to see more appointments available in person, more appointments virtually, adding more videos at LACERA.com, improve the materials we have, both online and printed, expand the webinar offerings, and enhance the My LACERA portal. Yes. Correct. Okay. Thank you so much. So I guess we have the winners is going to be the virtual counseling session, then the My LACERA enhancements, and the webinar offerings. Awesome. Okay. Our second initiative goal is to ensure a consistent omnichannel member experience. We want to know how our members prefer to interact with LACERA, and our omnichannel approach provides different ways to service our members. Could be through the call center when they call in, could be when they make an appointment, both virtually or in person, could be when they send a secure message to us, could be when they send us an email, or just old-fashioned handwritten letter, which they can mail, fax, or just drop off. It doesn't matter how they prefer to interact with us. It is our goal that they receive the same level of services and the same information is provided through each channel. We want to develop a good understanding on how members prefer to communicate and receive information from us along each journey. We began this process with our members' communication survey conducted back in 2022. The survey provides an overall insight into members' preference by status and generational demographics. It matters to know that members from different generations have different needs and preferences. As you can see from there, majority of people younger, 18 to 40, they prefer emails. They don't prefer as many newsletters. We want to continue to build surveys to evaluate each journey. This is a crucial tool that we need to assess the consistency of the services provided to our members and to ensure that we are meeting our goals and building a successful member experience program. Interesting fact that this survey is largest group answering were a retired group, and then second, members with more than 10 years, and a short percentage coming to the younger generation, the new hires. Okay, so we began the presentation talking about the member's journey and when the journey began. And here we are with a visual graphic to help us see our members' journey life cycle with LACERA. Please note the career journeys listed in this picture are the ones that most of retirees will or could go through during the career path, from new hires through service retirement and then retirement death, which then begins a new journey, the survivor journey. Also, most members, they experience a life event before, during, and after their careers. It is important to understand that when their life event journey happens, is a unique journey they will experience. So for example, when a member gets married while they're working, there are some points we need to address with the members coming to the spouse's benefits, right to pension, right to the healthcare. Also, when somebody gets married prior to retirement, at least 1 year, or one day if it's service connected and they have the spouse on the plan, they passed away, the spouse can get a continuous. Now it's different, somebody gets married after retirement. So as an example, they may still add the spouse into the healthcare plan, but upon them passing away, the benefits end. They don't get lifetime continuance. So as we talk about the beginning presentation, our team collectively decided that the new journey hire should be the first one to be worked on. We wanted to start here, as this will truly define and set expectations to our new hire members. The new member will be used as our foundation and will set the tone for when we build future journeys. It is truly an area that we have been looking to enhance, as we can take the opportunity to make a significant connection with our members from the very start of their career. We want to explore different ways to connect with other departments and also perhaps having the online sworn statement going through the portal. LACERA continues to engage and encourage our members to connect with us electronically early on. As we discuss, if somebody prefers a paper communication, we are going to be there to meet their needs. But as many new members are now relying more and more on technology, we thought this was going to be a great way to begin. The Member Experience Council team attended the new hire seminar to educate ourselves on what new hires learn when they attend the webinar. We are currently reviewing the online information, the new hire letter and packages somebody gets when they get hired, and also what information should be added or enhanced, or maybe even removed. We're going to build surveys and work on automating emails after members interact with LACERA. So for example, when a new member, they attend a webinar, the new hire webinar, they should be getting an email with some PDF information and some links how to navigate lacera.com. Okay, your opinion does matter. So here's our second poll for today. No worry, last one for this presentation. We have many more to come. So please again, scan with your phone. And it's going to be poll number 2. Please let us know which journey you think we should be focused on next. Mid-career journey, someone with maybe 10 to 15 years of service. Retirement planning, somebody maybe 3 to 6 months before they retire. Retirement journey, which is after retirement, or disability retirement journey. Mid-career, okay. And keep in mind, although this is just a priority list, all of the journeys are going to be working on step by step. So we're still going to be addressing the retirement journey, pre-retirement journey, service connected, marriage, divorces, new babies, etc. Okay. And last, we wanted to give you a roadmap of where we began, where we are, and where we're going to be in the future. This year, we started to work on the Superior Member Experience Initiative. We define the methodology we are going to be using, such as professional and personal journeys, learning what makes each journey unique, how we interact and process the members' inquiries and requests, and about members' communications preferences for each journey. we did create a LACERA's Member Experience Council, the planned charter. We set up goals for the team, such as training for us, project leads for each journey, meetings, minutes, and we began to work on our first journey, the new hire journey. And this is the journey we are going to be using for evaluation and improvement as our first step. And the next 2 years, we're going to continue to build other unique journeys, review all interaction points members have with LACERA, map all the journeys, build surveys, and with your feedback, we're going to begin work on the mid-career journey for evaluation and improvement. Thank you very much. Anybody has any questions?
Before you go, let's do open this up since this is a board meeting and this is a very good presentation. First of all, I appreciate the comments. Let's open up to any questions from trustees or thoughts. I'll add that I appreciate the presentation. I think that a good focus on videos to interact with people on the website is something that I've been hoping for over the years. And I'm excited about those opportunities for people to be able to watch bite-sized videos. And they could do it at work, you know, and things, and be able to learn different parts of it. So an easy way to find whatever content they're looking for, plus a short video that answers it, I think is powerful for a lot of people, especially current generation spends a lot of time on YouTube and TikTok and all those other things. You know, something like that, if we could bring that in-house, would be beneficial. And you saw the mid-career focus. I think we do a great job interacting as they walk in the door. And then they forget everything and they keep, you know, moving forward with their career. And then they definitely interact with us during retirement. And I think that mid-career is kind of a spot that we can focus on keeping them engaged and educated as they go on. That's my, you know, when I'm interacting, when I'm out there, everybody loves to come up and ask me all kinds of retirement questions. I'm always thinking, you know, this is an opportunity for people to learn this on their own, to get on the LACERA.com website and things. And there's a lot of people that don't even know that we have a My LACERA page that gives them tons of information. So that kind of marketing, and then we get people to interact, I think would be very important. So that's my feedback on the member experience. I think we do an outstanding job at it. I always hear positive feedback from people on just the interaction part when they call in and they have simple questions and things like that. But any further comments or thoughts from the board?
I do.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you again. Thank you for the presentation. I was looking at the list thinking I was going to see more social media activity or presence, and I think that is missing. I mean, I would suggest that we have an Instagram, that we engage in this method, social media. I thought I was going to see that here, but everything's fantastic. Thank you.
That is likely going to be on the digital strategy initiative, the system side of it. We talk about it quite a bit, but not quite there yet to begin planning on it, but it is our focus as well. So thanks for the comment. And coming to the retirement videos, we actually had communications. They transcribed every video. We're now reviewing every single one of them, so we can rebuild the whole process. And yes, it's to contact members throughout every step, right? Because they get hired, they get information from us, but then until they retire, we don't hear from them. So keep in touch with them and keep asking questions like, notice somebody doesn't have a beneficiary on file, contact them, or is missing a power of attorney, contact them. They have temp time they want to buy from the very early on. It's cheaper, as we know, less interest. So get them on board as quickly as we can, and then deciding what phases we can reach out to them. So good point.
I have one question.
Vivian?
I really like, first of all, your presentation was excellent. Very, very good. I wanted to know if we reach out to our members mid-career, do we have a way that LACERA will individually reach out, well, maybe not individually, but know when an individual member is at mid-career. Maybe send them an email, you know, welcome to LACERA. This is the time when you really start planning, letting them know that, you know, if they have maybe 10 more years before retirement, this is the time to fix any matters that may be of issue. I don't know, buying back time, all of those things. Do we have a method to do that?
We are looking into running reports with systems based on how many years somebody has, because our workspace, it shows the members' information, including how many years they have. Normally speaking, somebody between 10, 15 years, it's considered like mid-career. Once they're vested after 10 years. So we're going to be looking to those data and reaching out to members via email, perhaps paper mail, in different ways. I also encourage them to create an account. So those who don't have an account yet on the portal, make sure they do create one as quickly as possible.
I think it's really important that they know about mylacera.com. Because when I would go out and speak with our members, I would always tell them to sign up for it. And they'd ask me, well, why? I said, it's kind of like an old Sears catalog, which they don't relate to most of the time. So I tell them it's like a dream book. You know, you run the numbers and you start kind of thinking in your mind and preparing yourselves for it. So I'm really happy that we do have mylacera.com. And any improvements that you make to it is welcomed. I mean, I just think it's a great tool for any member to encourage them to plan for retirement, or hopefully not discourage them if they start looking at it at year 2. But, you know, I just think it's great. And any improvement that you think we might need, welcomed.
Thank you. We are always looking to improve the portal account for sure and getting more information out there so they can see more things, do more things online. Now they can retire online, but there are other things they still cannot do it online quite yet. But the way we can get them to early on register is to maybe having the sworn statement doing online. If you can push that and begin having them creating an account and doing the sworn statement online, that's a good way to start. We're still offering the paper. It's an omnichannel approach, right? We had to offer the paper information to them if they prefer to do so. But we're trying what we can to get them on board early on.
I think, Vivian, I think that was an excellent point. I don't want to get lost as far as identifying points in people's career to reach out. So maybe what we could do in-house is identify touch points of people's career where it's good to reach out to connect. Maybe the 5-year mark when people have gotten over the haze of being a new employee and they're starting to get settled in, reach out, say, you know, and then at the 15-year mark, at the 30-year mark, those type of things. And I don't want to just throw out numbers. I think that we have data that probably shows when members interact mostly and what time of their career, and maybe we can highlight those and just be proactive in those kind of marketing. So I think that's an excellent point. And then on the social media point, I know that only 3% in the survey said that they were interested in additional social media. And I'm curious if we looked at the reason why only 3% went into that or said that they're interested in it. It could just be negative connotations of social media, but frankly, all of us use it in some way or another. So maybe we need to relook at that. And I don't want to do that here in this room, but my suggestion is to bring this back to the OOC and have a conversation about social media marketing and have that conversation, you know, sometime in the future. And let's look at that, because I think I'm concerned that we see that 3% number and we go, oh, let's stay away from that because people aren't interested. But it could just be, you know, people's negative view of social media, even though everybody uses it. I have Mr. Moore.
Yes, this is a great presentation. I like what you're doing with the concept of training, information, contact, and communication throughout your whole career. And I would like to see more information about retirement planning earlier in your career. In other words, you don't introduce everyone to retirement planning and then wait for 10 or 15 years at mid-career to broach the subject again. There should be continuing information throughout the career. If somebody starts having children and they've only had 3 years in, well, they'll be able to add them to their insurance program. But holistically, when you're concerned about retirement planning, there's other information you need to have as you're planning for your child's growth and development, education on into the future. And so it would be nice to have touch points before mid-career where you can provide and make information available about other aspects of retirement planning other than our pension here at LACERA.
Good point.
I have Mr. Root.
Thank you for the presentation. And I was wondering, based on from gaining insight, do you maybe have another survey to our members on asking them how accessible they think LACERA is, or how easy it is to connect with us, or get information from us? Do we have any kind of survey or information on that? Feedback?
I don't believe so.
Well, if I can't answer that, yeah, the 2022 survey, that was the primary focus. You know, how do you want to interact with us? And then we broke that out by demographic to see, you know, if there were trends. And so, you know, we're working on that one. That was a massive all member survey. As we get into the different journeys, like the new hire journey, one of the plans is to start surveying some of the new hires to see what their experience was and how, you know, how they interacted with us and how well that went. And that type of thing will happen in each particular journey that we go through.
Because, you know, I was speaking with a friend who was in a department. I don't want to say what department it was, but they were very excited because actually LACERA, your team, was going to go out and meet with them. But at the same time, they said it was an arduous process to get LACERA to come out and present. And obviously this is just one person speaking. And I was going to follow up, but I forgot to follow up in time before this retreat because I wanted to get more in-depth information of what they were talking about. But they said they were clearly interested in getting more information especially for their people who are going to retire soon. But I guess there was a long queue to get presentation. So, and then I don't know if they know that there's My LACERA and all these other video online and all this other stuff, right? So it'd be interesting to know how they feel, how accessible the information is. Because I think you guys do a great job, but I don't know if the members actually know that this information is accessible. And to the comment, I mean, I think earlier for your presentation where you said, when does the journey start? And it starts in the beginning. But being a manager myself, I remember trying to get the younger folks to be interested in not just your pension, but like the 401k, but obviously they're not, right? They're not interested. I personally wasn't interested till, you know, much later in my career. So it's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. So, but you guys are doing a great job. But
one of the things that we haven't done, and this is what we're starting to focus on, is creating constant communication with them. So, you know, there's an initial effort to welcome a new person. They get a new hire welcome letter. For departments where they'll let us, we'll go in and do the new hire presentations. We do webinars online for anybody that wants to join. But it's been sort of like a one touch and then rely on the newsletters. And so what we want to do is look at how else can we reach them? What other periods during that new hire journey can we send them reminders? You know, for example, you know, we want to get an effort for people to get power of attorneys early on instead of later. So, you know, there's different steps and different stages during that first 5 years, which we can do. There's also a 5-year vesting letter that we've been talking about, or a 5-year vesting communication that we've been talking about, right? Which we haven't done, which is on the docket to do. and different other stages. If somebody gets married, there'll be outreach when they get married. And things like, just the different milestones that we'll notice on their account and interact with them. And then social media, Mr. Kehoe and others have talked about, where's the social media presence? And we haven't forgotten about that. We're currently trying to build out our communications team so that we can establish that type of thing. Have enough writers on staff so that we can be able to engage, because once you start it, you have to keep it going. It can't be just like an initial, well, we're here, and then that's it. So we have to have enough staff in the right positions and with the right skill sets in order to keep it going. And we don't really have that yet on the team, but we're working on that. So, and that's another way of keeping them engaged, especially for the younger generation. You mentioned the 3%, Mr. Kehoe. That particular survey that we did, the response rate was heavily retired members, which was interesting, right? They're the ones that responded in the most. We had a lot of general members, but it was skewed towards the retirement side. So, that's another indication. Obviously, we didn't reach those people the way that we needed to reach those people. And we know that. And that's one of the reasons why they chose the new hire. Hook them first and try and get them on board so that you can keep them and hold on to them. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the team can do and all the different ideas that they're going to come up with and how they're going to implement it. And that's the beauty of having a strategic plan, because now we're focused. We have a goal and we're going to work on that goal. We're going to meet that goal. And the whole organization is focused on that. So, systems is focused on it. Communications is focused on it. It's just wonderful to have a strategic vision of where you're going and what you need to do, because it really does align everybody. So.
I have Mr. Jones followed by Nicole.
So question, I think one of the challenges is from a user perspective, it's usually they don't want more information. So finding all the ways they want more information. I think the question for the experienced team is, well, what decisions do we want to make sure they don't miss? Right. And then think of, well, what's the specific communication, almost like in a retail way, 30 days before this sale goes off, right? Like trying to create some kind of impetus, but just sending more information, particularly from today's user's perspective, is not kind of the way to get them to nudge the way that you want. So, and one of the things that you all may already be thinking about that I know some people look at from a systems design perspective is a kind of benign libertarianism. That is, how do I make the default choice, which is the best choice, easier for people to make? If you kind of force people to kind of evaluate a set of choices, sometimes they'll just put off the choice because they feel like they're not there. And so they'll postpone it at some level. So I think that's one of the things you might be able to build into kind of design, a little bit of behavioral psychology, and thinking of, well, how do we get the most people to make what we think is generally the best decision for them? And then how do we design that into the journey? But more information typically isn't the way to get the agency that you want.
Good point. We have a plan to, for example, when somebody attends a new hire webinar, we can somehow log that event into our workspace system. And then wait a couple of weeks, for example, and see somebody has not yet chosen a beneficiary, reach out to them. So just a constant communication, right? Or maybe somebody who was eligible to buy temp time, they haven't done that yet, reach out to them. So it's not about too much information at once, it's just reminding them, there's some steps you're supposed to be doing. POA, for example, somebody attends a POA webinar, they don't have a POA on file, remind them that's important to have one because things can happen. So that's our approach.
Nicole.
Good morning. Great presentation. Thank you. A lot of great discussion here as well. I have a few points I want to share. I went to some conference and heard about some best practice from other pension fund. And one is they mailed out milestone cards to member. We kind of touch on that. 5 years, 10 years, sometimes it's send 10 years, they will say a message, say, congratulations, you're West. And sometimes they send milestone for birthday as well, 90 years old, you're in your pension in great place, don't worry about it. So those really heart-touching, milestone card mailed it to members. And then the feedback for other pension fund with that practice was amazing. So I thought that's great, something maybe we can look into doing.
Idea.
Soon we have the data, which one, what member of us, how many years, or like special birthday, things like that. So I thought that's a good practice. About social media, I cannot agree more. I think today everybody's on social media. Millennial probably is more on Instagram, and then baby boomer on Facebook. I don't know what Gen Z is. I'm not Gen Z. So I think I understand the resource constraint, but I'm thinking just having the channel basically just communicating all the events or activities they're already doing, like as an advertisement, right? So I don't know how the turnout is like for webinar, things like that we do, or in-person event. So I'm thinking that social media can help you to advertise to a different group and their member to maybe help increase the turnout. So just a thought. The other point is mid-career planning. I am a member in my mid-career planning, so I did not know much about LACERA until I get on the board. And then I think it's very important. Well, it's close to also early retirement planning. I did check on LACERA a few times, look into the number. It could be discouraged sometimes because I'm plungy, but it's important, that every member knows and then plan it out. So know what to expect. So it's important for me to know, even though when I got hired, I always have the impression that back then they say pension fund is great. It's still great. Even plungy is still great. It's still much, much better than social security, right? So, but it's important, it's different now. It's important for us to know, to plan early enough, what do I expect when I retire, for my plan, right? So I think that mid-career, experience and planning, early retirement planning is important speaking from my personal experience. So
Great
that's
point.
all I
We
have.
actually, we did a campaign recently on the brown bag reminding our staff that if they are just got hired mid-career, pre-retirement, for all of us should also attend webinars because even our staff, wants to be informed as well. So good point.
Great, thank you. And I appreciate all the feedback from the trustees and for you walking us through this. This is a great topic and very, very important on how we engage our members. Ms. Gray.
One quick question. Do we still have community outreach, member outreach?
Yes, we do.
Oh, okay, because that was really great. And it was something that I would always encourage my fellow trustees, especially those who are county employees, to go and just be there, because the members that participated in the outreach presentations, they were really happy to see us. They were really happy to know and made them feel like we really care about them. So if we still have it, great.
Actually, we are going to have a presentation for the Operations Oversight Committee in July. So we had 14 staff only in outreach up to May 1st. May 1st, we got 3 more people working downstairs. By June 17th, it's going to be additional 6 more. It's going to be 23 people, which means not only going to be able to offer more in-person appointments, virtuals, also go more in the field, offer more webinars, benefits table, being out there. That's the plan and that's the goal.
Thank you very much. Perfect. We'll turn on to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good morning. Morning. Trustees, guests, I stand before you today excited about what we're planning to do with retiree healthcare. First off, let me start off by saying my name is Tiana Fredericks. I've worked in benefits administration since 1999, but I've worked for LACERA for about 15 years. I work as a senior retirement benefits specialist, and we have what's called a quality control section that I work in, and we're responsible for ensuring accuracy and quality for all of our members' enrollment forms, the medical, dental, vision, as well as carrier discrepancies. Outside of my work at LACERA, I dedicate my weekends to spending time at baseball games and track meets. So if anyone's ever participated in a track meet, it can be all day long. So, but at any rate, I have a responsibility to my son to support his journey in his athletic career. And I've watched him make tremendous strides in that. All of us here at LACERA, we have a responsibility to our members to support their journeys as they move about the different retirement phases of their careers. Now, our team, we've assembled a cross-functional team of people who are from all different backgrounds, which you'll meet in a minute, and we're called the Guardians, okay? And we plan to prioritize all of our members' journeys as they set to, based on educating our members on their benefits, also improving the level of service with our members, and improving efficiencies on quality control with our members. Let's meet the team.
Retirement. It's a time to relax and enjoy life. But it can also bring anxiety and uncertainty for members when switching health insurance plans. LACERA's Retiree Healthcare Division understands the complex web of healthcare options, including those related to Medicare, and is committed to helping retired members navigate the process. To continue to improve upon the members' retiree healthcare journey, LACERA has formed a strategic planning team called the Guardians. The Guardians are a multidisciplinary team of LACERA subject matter experts from various divisions, including retiree healthcare, systems, quality assurance, member services, benefits, and communications. Staff from these selected disciplines will assist in improving the members' retiree healthcare experience. Every step counts towards a better tomorrow. Let's see how this journey begins.
We're pleased to provide an update on the implementation of the board's approved strategic plan in the relation as it relates to the enhancing of the retiree healthcare experience initiative. But before we get into the specifics of what we have planned, let's take a look at an overview of what we plan to accomplish over the next calendar year. First, we set up the initial team. We had to set up the core team, which you just met. And we also had to schedule these consistent meetings so that we stay engaged and keep these initiatives active. We developed a consensus and an area of focus for these initiatives and laid out a timeline for what we plan to accomplish. As our timeline indicates, we are working on the second and third quarter milestones and have established collaborative efforts with the Member Experience Council team. And we'll soon begin working on a roadmap to retiree healthcare once we partner up with our county, the active county. By the fourth quarter, we expect to roll out some of these initiatives. When it comes to communication, we all have a preference, including our members. Each opportunity we connect with our members, we want to ensure that it is meaningful and useful. That is precisely why our team is evaluating how we communicate with our members. Currently we're communicating the channels primarily there during the pre-retirement phase. That's how we are at present day. And the retired journeys. What we want to do is take a closer look at how we communicate with members earlier in their retirement journey as an active member, and how they progress leading up to those pre-retirement journeys and the retired journeys. As members increase their use in technology, we'll continue to encourage the use of My LACERA. Someone mentioned earlier, we have to get that campaign going. We're a firm advocate of promoting that. That way, members are able to upload documents and directly into our systems. So we're promoting that as well. As part of our efforts, we are also working to streamline and automate our enrollment process, and then follow up with increased automation and accessibility to the Medicare eligibility system. Over time, we will also develop key performance indicators to measure success and pinpoint areas of improvement. Part of the process of improving and enhancing the retiree healthcare experience includes identify training staff and support those needs on an ongoing basis, not only in the areas of healthcare enrollments, but also Medicare process timelines. Medicare enrollment, Medicare supplement, and Medicare Advantage plans corresponds as a member considers changing once they've reached Medicare eligibility requirements. Collecting viewpoints from our members and staff's perspective will provide us with insight on our members and staff's preferences and how they expect their retiree experience to unfold. These insights will integrate into our recently developed retiree healthcare training program, which a lot of you met our new graduates earlier this month. That's our first class. So we're very proud of that. So we want to expound on that and keep going with that. As our team began to discuss the task ahead, one thing we realized that navigating the complexities of retiree healthcare enrollments, it requires patience in order for us to notice any significant change or anything to start manifesting itself. Our approach to this journey is like a marathon. And we are committed to just continuously enhancing the members' retiree healthcare journey at all levels of the journey. Tatiana mentioned that we have several levels to this, and it's imperative that we reach our members at all levels and not have them fall by the wayside. The team has centered our initial scope on helping members transition to retiree healthcare through roadmaps, comparing the active plans to the corresponding retiree plans. We're focusing on a redesign of the retiree hub, which is essentially our LACERA.com. That's how we connect with members on the web. It's imperative to look at that. And enhancing efficiencies through quality control and automation. Our intent of providing a roadmap to our members is to provide them with key knowledge to more readily understand how the retiree healthcare plans correspond and differ from the plans that they've grown used to, so they can make informed decisions for themselves. We'll partner this with redesigned retiree healthcare hub that will further support their education and understanding of our plans as they move throughout the retiree healthcare journeys. This will also include a review of various communication channels and materials to keep them abreast of those items. We all live in a world where we have an electronic device at our disposal. Everyone has a cell phone now. As our members start to embrace that technology more, we were just speaking about social media and things of that nature. We want to make sure that we enhance automation on our side for internal processes as well. So it works both ways. An important component of the retiree healthcare is to ensure how we service our members and meeting their retiree healthcare needs. We will improve the retiree healthcare's enrollment process and the quality control that's utilizing technologies that we already have available through LACERA. Our first initiative focus is to support our members transitioning to retiree healthcare. Our team will develop staff and recent retiree member surveys, focusing on their experiences and expectations as members planned and entered into their retiree healthcare journey. Now, the feedback will be used to identify what works and what pain points we experience from both the staff and the members' perspective. These results will support our efforts to identify and implement process improvement and improve staff training so that we can overall just improve the members' experience. Using this information, we will also review our current Pathways to Retirement newsletter. We'll use this as a new avenue to connect with our members, our active members. The Pathways is a quarterly newsletter for all active members, and it currently has little to no retiree healthcare information. So our team will work to bridge the gap, creating a connection with retiree healthcare earlier in the active planning retirement phase. Currently, we embed ongoing retiree healthcare information in our Spotlight on Retirement newsletter. The team will review options to highlight retiree healthcare information, including but not limited to new retirees, members eligible for Medicare, and Medicare Part B reimbursement. These improvements are in progress. Our goal is to educate members throughout the planning of retiree journey and as they transition to the retired journey. As we explore methods of communicating with our members, we would like your thoughts on communication. So let's pause for a moment and take a poll. If you scan the QR code, this is for trustees only, scan the QR code and answer question 1. So it looks like most is written or visual aid. Okay, that's interesting. As we have,
I voted for both, so it's
you voted for both? It did not record it?
Me too.
Okay.
So that's
Only the first one. Okay. Our second initiative is the Retiree Healthcare Hub redesign, which is, again, our LACERA.com. It's how we connect with our members, where we provide all of our retiree healthcare information. Our current retiree healthcare online information, it lends itself more of like an informational hub that's centralized with just healthcare content. What we're planning to do is, by redesigning this hub, is to provide more of a guided pathway for our members, as opposed to just placing the information on there and having them figure it out. We want to integrate it into what we already have, which is the steps to retire and the planning to retire phase, so that they understand how to move throughout the process. And the next slide is just an example of what it looks like present day. Basically, we have ready to retire, where retiree healthcare's content is there, but it's just the content. So we want to provide some sort of steps as they move throughout. We will clearly identify other unique retiree healthcare journeys. We will also create more customized counseling focused journeys for members as a new retiree, becoming eligible for Medicare, or what we refer to as age 65, and enrolling in Medicare, changing plans, okay, and also lifestyle changes when they have like a life-changing event, such as if they move out of the service area. Sometimes members need some sort of guidance on, okay, I'm moving to Texas. What do I do? What do I need to do? So we'll provide that guidance to our members as well. We would also like to further expand the integration of retiree healthcare enrollment process into the omni-channel retirement counseling process, creating a more seamless experience for our members. We'll ensure that the communication is identified for each journey and provide guidelines to staff as they train or as they counsel members on these unique situations. We'll also update the educational collateral as well, and also updating informative videos. This is something I'm a big advocate for. Someone mentioned that and I was like co-signing on that one. Yes, more videos, because sometimes individuals would like to access items at night, 2 a.m. in the morning. Hey, how do I fill out that enrollment form? Or how do I do this? Or how do I do that? And we live in a world where people prefer, so in most cases, to access their information that way. Okay, another poll for the trustees only. This is question 2. So scan the QR code and answer question 2. Your preference of communicating. Okay, so it looks like it's in person for the win. Okay. We're still voting. Okay. Our third initiative is focus on automation and efficiency improvements. This is like one of my favorite topics. I think Tatiana touched upon the improvements that we've made with our Part B process that was effective in 2023, because prior to that, we entered everything in manually. So we worked with our systems team and was able to automate the standard Part B. Members who pay the standard Part B amounts, we were able to update those. One of the other automation improvements was our Kaiser, transmitting Kaiser data. Our eligibility updates, we transmit to Kaiser automatically. So we teamed up with the systems. We worked with systems on LACERA side and people at Kaiser, and we continue that improvement today. That's still in progress today. Our team is also very excited, and I think Tatiana touched upon this as well, the case management system. I think when we first demoed the case management system, everybody, the lights were going off like, okay, this is something that retiree healthcare can really use, because not only is it integrated into our workspace system, which is great, because once the document is imaged into the system, then it's assigned a unique reference number. That reference number carries it through the entire process and we see it to the end. One of the great features of this system too is we're able to generate reports to you, our trustees, on case status, case counts, pending cases. And another big plus is that it's something that's already being used by our disability team. So it proves that it's a way of having all of us kind of centralized and being able to benefit from a system that works for LACERA. Again, one LACERA. So we were over the moon about this system. We're looking forward to this. And the automation process. Ultimately, retiree healthcare, we have plans to fully automate our enrollment process. This is one improvement that will take time, of course. So there's a little patience needed there. We'll continue to work with systems and automate different components of this online process. For example, with the we have had the sample enrollment form on our website, which is great because members are able to go through the sample enrollment form and see what they're supposed to complete prior to. So, and we'll go into more detail on that tomorrow and day 2 with the Retiree Healthcare 101 presentation. We opened today's discussion with enhancing the retiree healthcare experience, and we showed you the timeline of the beginning implementations of the board approved initiatives. And one thing that we have to keep in mind, the team is committed and focused. And I think someone mentioned earlier that we all have a vested interest in the success of this. And the fact that we have something that's so centered and focused is great. And it's for the betterment of LACERA. So everyone present, it's like the support is warranted, needed, and we appreciate the support. And this is how we will feed off of this project and grow this project. So we presented to the Oversight Committee the strategic plan, okay? And we also rolled out the tracker so that we can stay on task. We want to hold ourselves accountable for what we're implementing here. It's one thing to start something, but you have to stay on track. So we'll continue to update the tracker and keep everyone informed on our progress as this project starts to unfold. And I thank you for your time. I think I went over, but hey, that's okay. It's for a good cause. And any questions that you have, just let me know. Let's open the floor for questions and ideas.
Thank you.
Sure.
When you show or have the transition from active member medical plans to what is offered through LACERA, do you have like a chart that says, if you have this, this is what you want. If you have this, this is what you want. In other words, if you have, say, Kaiser, then you would go to Kaiser Senior Advantage. If you have Blue Cross PPO, then you want Anthem Blue Cross 2 or 3 or whatever it is. So that it's really, in other words, tell me like I'm a 6-year-old.
Yep.
That's what I want.
Right. And that's where we're headed. That's the direction the team is headed. We've opened discussions about having the newsletter, having this information embedded in the newsletter to do like a comparison, okay? Like what you have as an active employee and then what you have as a retired employee, so that they can see, okay, these are the plans that are like and have commonalities here. So they can make the informed decision. But that's a discussion, Ms. Gray, that our team, we're starting that actually the next meeting actually in a week to start talking about how that will look and how we would present that. But you are exactly correct. That's the direction we're going in with that. so that they have something, because it's all about empowering members to make these decisions. And if we don't give them the information and lay it out, like you said, in that fashion, they can't make an informed decision. But that's spot on.
One thing that we may want to start looking at is online resource where you can kind of fill out these details, check these boxes, and then it selects or gives a recommendation based on it. Almost like if you're sick and you're going through the little checkbox to figure out why, what your illness is. And it's similar kind of thing. So when you're retiring, you say, I have this is what I have, these are my needs, I'm planning on moving, I'm not, I have kids, I don't, I have, Blue Cross or this, and then fine tune it to give I know we want to be careful of recommendations and things and risk management and all that stuff, but I think that we can give, your closest match on where you are and then give, some close options and things. So I think we could do, if we involve the IT team in that, we can do a lot more of it. And I think as, the current generation starts to retire, they're more inclined to do those things, to jump on and go through and do that online thing to give you a recommendation. And that might cut down on a lot of the questions and things. Because that's the number one question that I get from people close to retirement. Which retirement healthcare plan should I pick? I mean, that's literally the number one question that I get. So maybe some options like that to look at.
Yeah, that's really good, because we've talked about having like tailor-made an interactive tailor-made type of plan based on their elections. Because if you are a member who lives in Arkansas, right? You don't need to see all the other Kaiser plans because you're in California. So I'm a big advocate on having things like seeing what you need to see when you need to see it based on your unique situation. And that's what this is about. And you hit the nail on the head with that one, because that's the direction we're going in, with looking at a checklist, an interactive checklist that will only provide the info that you need. So.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Excellent work.
I just have one comment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just to back up on Trustee Jones and Kehoe, it makes total sense that we have some sort of platform that does that, because this generation is very much, especially the Zers, about seeing, okay, these are my best matches. This is what it looks like, with, the caveat that we're not recommending it. These are just matches that you have. So I think more of that is much better. Just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, just piggybacking off of what everyone else is saying, just having something very easy, similar to what a mortgage calculator. I mean, I know sometimes when purchasing a home, you plug in, you want to find out how much your PITI is going to be, PIT. So you figure out, how much your payment's going to be. So that would be so easy for people just to go in, just as easy as they would to find out what their mortgage payment's going to be. They can put in when they're going to retire, how much they make, all the specifics, and people, I think, would appreciate that.
Right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you once again. Okay, the time is 10:46. So we're gonna go ahead and break until 11 o'clock. I apologize to the IT team. We're stealing 15 minutes from you, but thank you very much to everybody who together.
Recording stopped.
Me here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have cough drop. Cough drop. I'm here, right? Yeah. Right after you. Right. It's minty. I have a whole pack, so go ahead. Yeah. Let's throw it at you. Uh-huh. This is how my journey begins. By the water, there's some peppermint. This is my journey. By the water right here? By the
Recording in
yeah,
progress.
by the water right there, there's some peppermint. I have to.
Okay, if we can have trustees return back to the horseshoe, and we're going to get started with our IT modernization and roadmap. And Kathy will have you kick this off.
Morning, can you hear me?
It's a little low.
Can you hear me now? Good morning. That's better. Great. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to present LACERA's IT Modernization and Roadmap. My name is Kathy Delano, and I'm the Chief of Information Technology at LACERA. I accepted this position last June on a permanent basis, but prior to that, I did serve in this role on an interim basis for 3 years. So I'm here this morning with the IT and the Information Security Leadership Team. I wish we had something catchy like the Guardians. I love that name, but we'll just stick with the IT and IS leadership team. So to my right here is Sami Vaughn, and he's an IT manager too in the systems division. He was promoted to that position last September, but before that, he served in that role on an interim basis for 3 years. And then next to him is Kelso Templo. He is also an IT manager too in the systems division. He was promoted last October, but before that, he did serve in that role on an interim basis for 3 years. And then finally on the end is Chat Arande, and he joined LACERA last September as the very first permanent information security officer. So technology is an integral part of LACERA's strategic plan. And the board did approve technology as part of the strategic plan. It's priority number 2, innovation through technology. And then we did so with the board with an understanding that all best-in-class organizations in all industries are constantly innovating. While there are many ways to innovate, our focus today will be on what technology LACERA should be considering and how we leverage that technology to move our organization forward to advance our mission and our values. We will walk you through the plan we see, but I want to emphasize that we welcome your input. We need your feedback during the presentation and also going forward. So surprise, surprise, we have another poll. This is for trustees only. And if you would, just give us some feedback on technologies. What are some technology or applications that you would like to see implemented in the next 5 years? So robotic process automation, more member self-service, more artificial intelligence, more process improvement, and you can pick 2, the top 2 that you're interested in. If there's something that you're thinking about that's not there, click other and we can talk about it. So more artificial applications, process, okay, it's still building. I'll wait. Great. Okay, I like what I see. It's encouraging. It does align with what we're going to talk about in this presentation. So thank you for your feedback. And we'll be asking you some more questions later. So today, as I mentioned before, we have the leadership team from systems and from information security, and we work together toward a common goal. And very simply put, we want to create a secure and a productive enterprise, period. That's our goal collectively. And it sounds really simple, but it's not. The challenges that we face with cybersecurity are changing hourly, by the minute. And also the new tools that are available change hourly. We have a lot of possibilities. So it's our role as a leadership team to choose the tools that will help us move forward as an organization. and make sure we implement new solutions to move LACERA forward in its mission. Sometimes we pick tools that are a stopgap solution, but we're always looking at our long-term strategy. But like I mentioned before, it's a very complex algorithm on which tools to choose and how long to stay with that strategy before moving on. And so I'd like to use the analogy of a train station to illustrate this challenge. So as a traveler or a commuter, you can think of any train station, maybe Union Station. So you have the Coast Starlight, you have the Pacific Surfliner, the Metro Purple Line, the Metro Expo Line, a lot of different options when you go to use Union Station. So as a traveler or a commuter, you need to select the right track. You need to select the right train to take you to your destination. Well, we do the same in systems and information security. We select the tools that we think will take LACERA safely to the right destination or destinations. So this morning, we're going to talk about those tools, and we're going to talk about LACERA's technology destination. The image before you is really blurry. You can't even make out the trains on the departure board, but we want to make sure this morning that we illustrate that our vision for technology and information security at LACERA is crystal clear. To understand where LACERA is going, we really need to understand where we are, where we were, and where we're going. So we'll step through the past, the present, and the future technology at LACERA. Come with me and this team as we travel through almost 40 years of technology at LACERA. I'm going to take the first leg of the journey, and I'm going to talk about 1990 to 2019. So 1990 is a significant year for the systems division at LACERA because the Board of Retirement decided to implement an integrated retirement system. So it was called IRIS, and the reason that the systems division was established was to support this system. Prior to that, all of our IT was outsourced to various different organizations. So this system brought everything in together under one roof, and the systems division was established. I will say that it was 1990. So if you were in technology at that time, green screens, monitors, and so it was definitely, it's dated when you look back at it now, but at the time it was very cutting edge and a very strategic decision by the board to do a custom retirement system. Moving forward in 1995, the Board of Retirement approved document imaging and workflow for LACERA. So it was very transformative. What this meant is all the documents for our members were imaged and automated through workflow. So that was 1995, and we had almost an entire floor at the building in Pasadena were paper documents, and those were imaged and put into workflow. I will mention that this imaging and workflow was only for the member documents, not the administrative side. We're catching up to that now, but member documents in 1995 were imaged. A huge project and a very important milestone. And moving on, 1996 was when we had the first enterprise email, if you can believe that, 1996. So I would have guessed that that was much earlier. But if you were working then, if you remember, we used WordPerfect. We printed out memos and we routed them around the organization. So it's hard to believe that we've come, technology's come so far. But that was, again, a very significant milestone for LACERA. 2002. This is when MyLACERA was first published. Again, big milestone with limits. It was a static website at the time. There were no transactions that were supported, but members could log on. They could see their information. Sometimes it was a day or two old, but they could see their information. But LACERA's commitment and support by the board to make MyLACERA a reality was 2002. And then in 2006, we implemented a new pension administration system still a custom system. But what LACERA realized is that we were starting to add layers and layers of technology on that old system that we implemented in 1990. So LACERA found that they were rewriting the same business rules in a lot of different languages: Visual Basic, COBOL, JavaScripting, and we were starting to take on a lot of technology debt. And that's what that's the ecosystems that you have to support when you have new technology. This system and streamline that and put all the business rules into one core system. And that was, again, big milestone. Continued support from the Board of Retirement for a custom pension administration system. And then LACERA spent the next few years shedding some of that technology debt. We retired a lot of legacy technology. So we retired 1.5 million lines of COBOL code, and we also retired 14 client server applications. So again, a very important milestone. And that takes us up to 2019. And now I'm going to turn it over to Sami.
Great. Thank you, Kathy. So I'll be taking us through the next leg of our journey from 2020 and 2024, around the time when Kathy and I both started in our roles, both interim. So in 2020, with the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, basically the pandemic affected our entire business operations. And like many organizations across the globe, we were not ready for that. With the safer at home orders that were issued back in March of 2020, the organization had to quickly pivot and establish a remote working model for our staff. So that remote model included issuing LACERA laptops instead of stationary workstations that required staff to be sitting at their desk in order to get their jobs done. Along the same lines of issuing laptops to all of our staff members, we provided access to some of those, some of the systems that Kathy had just mentioned through remote connectivity, the main one being the pension administration in of itself. So in the past, staff had to be in our office, physically located in our office in Pasadena in order to access that system. With the onset of the pandemic, we established a remote connectivity that allowed staff through secured connections access to those same systems, but from wherever location they were located at. And along the same lines, for collaboration purposes, we rolled out some more tools within the Microsoft 365 ecosystem that allowed constant communication and collaboration amongst the staff. Those tools were Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, OneDrive, and also web-based versions of some of the most common tools that we access on a daily basis, such as Outlook. Rather than having the thick client installed on the machine, staff can now access those remotely through a web browser. So while those tools allowed our staff to continue to work productively while being in a remote setting, two significant milestones that we also established were for our member-facing sites, which was our virtual call center, as well as our virtual counseling sessions. So with the virtual call center, we had to quickly establish connections with our resources at LA County's ISD and basically piggyback off their existing contracts with some of the service providers to basically spin up our own tenant of a virtual call center. So this quickly happened within a 3 to 4 week period where we were actually able to begin taking calls from our members again in a very short time frame. Now with virtual counseling sessions, we rolled out multiple online meeting platforms that basically allowed our members to set an appointment with a member service agent remotely and be able to provide those counseling sessions to them from again, a safe location as the pandemic moved on. Now, as you fast forward a year or so after the pandemic, and when restrictions started to ease and we started to welcome staff back into the office, the systems division established a robust Wi-Fi network within our office in Pasadena that allowed our staff the flexibility to continue leveraging the mobility of the tools that we issue to them, but also allowed our members a more comfortable experience when they came to our member service center on the first floor, so that they had connectivity themselves through a secured connection to be able to either check email or stream services or basically tap into the internet while they're waiting for their appointment to happen. Along the same lines in 2020, The systems division also established 2 new business units within our group. Those were our information security office and our project management office. So with the information security office, that established an independent team that was dedicated solely for ensuring that our digital assets were always protected. So some of the milestones that the information security office implemented when they were first established was a secured access service edge, stands for SASE, that basically combined network connectivity and secured functionality all within one single ecosystem. 2 components of a SASE solution are a security information and event monitoring tool known as a SIM tool, which basically proactively detects threats within an environment and logs that information for our security team to be able to investigate and determine if these are viable threats to the organization or false positives. And along that line was an effective vulnerability management program that allowed the team to identify any known or unknown vulnerabilities and proactively respond to them before they became major widespread issues. So I realize those are a lot of acronyms and IT terms, but those security best practices really provided a secure way for the organization to not only operate, but also forward think in terms of as we implement some of the strategic goals, that we do so in the most secure and efficient way possible. Now, with our project management office, this brought a team of professionals that basically brought a structure to all of our technology-related projects in terms of opening that lines of communication and collaboration amongst our IT and business resources. So the project management office was established to sort of bring a maturity to that process to where projects could be met and delivered on time, within budget, and ensure that they met the needs of the stakeholders involved with those projects. So I'll go ahead and move on to the next milestone there, as my colleagues, both Kelso and Chat, will talk more about their respective business units further in the presentation. So in 2021, the organization rolled out a newly redesigned LACERA.com. So this was a key milestone as it really brought the organization's internet presence to the 21st century. And it brought a newly redesigned, rebranded, robust, feature-rich website that all visitors could now leverage. I know this is one of the key milestones that our CEO, Santos Carmen, first talked about when he first joined the organization, was to establish a new website that didn't look like it was built in the 1960s, and that had really updated our branding and our organizational posture in and of itself. So one key thing with LACERA.com is that with the implementation of the new website is that we no longer hosted it in Pasadena as well. We leveraged the scalability of a hosting provider for continued availability, and also took the dependency of that website from being in our Pasadena office off the table. So as Kathy mentioned, with MyLACERA that was first implemented in 2002, the team is continuously looking to make improvements upon that website. So some of the key features that we initiated from 2020 to 2022 to 2024 was to provide more self-service options on MyLACERA. So I want to highlight 2 of those significant self-service features now, which is our online disability application, as well as our online retirement election. So those 2 self-service features, although may sound trivial, are actually not. So those allowed members who chose to do so the ability to process those two workflows online entirely on their own accord. So really, what that did was reduce the workload on our existing staff, so who had to actually process those in the past through either a hard copy form that was mailed to our offices or a PDF that was uploaded to our website. So it took the manual processes of processing those applications and automated them. So while this allowed the members who actually chose to go that avenue to process those, it did free up time for our member service agents to really service the members who did choose, or who would rather choose to speak to an individual in and of itself. So that was a key milestone that the team is very proud of. In 2023, we completed what was a 2-year cloud migration project. So starting about September of 2021 and finishing in about October of 2023, the systems division went through an entire process of identifying all the key critical systems that used to be hosted, again, on site in our Pasadena office on physical servers to cloud hosted solutions on Microsoft. So we identified about 40 applications that we prioritized moving forward. And again, this was to improve our disaster recovery posture so that if anything happened to the building, whether it was the building itself or the connectivity to the building, we were no longer reliant on anything in that office. Staff could continue working on their own at their location and not miss a beat, if you will. So with those 40 applications, we were able to reduce our on-site presence from 3 data centers down to 1. So rather than supporting 3 separate data centers on 2 different floors, we were now reduced down to 1 data center. And our mainframe that we used to host on site in Pasadena was also moved off. And the mainframe room that used to house the mainframe for 20 plus years now serves as the suite for our information security team as well. And finally, in 2024, we are completing the first phase of our case management system. So the case management system was an ambitious endeavor of the organization to basically develop and establish a single platform, if you will, that could handle all facets of a member's retirement case. So it's a multi-year, multi-phase project that the organization is embarking on that hopefully will meet that goal. So phase 1 of the project involves our disability retirement process as well as our disability litigation process and first payment. So by moving in those phases, we are currently in the UAT testing phase of first payment. And we expect this process to be done approximately in June this year. And with that, I'll go ahead and pass it back to Kathy, who's going to take us through the next leg of our journey.
Okay, thank you, Sami. So we've talked a lot about where we were, what we've done recently. Now we're going to move forward and talk about what some of our plans are. And hopefully, I hope you guys will see that it aligns with some of the applications that you had voted on as being high priorities. But again, we definitely want your input. So one of our strategic initiatives is data management and business intelligence. So this is something that's very important to us. We want to centralize data management and, if you will, decentralize access to our data. I don't know if you noticed, a couple times people said, oh, well, we ask systems for a report. We want to get out of that mode where you have to come to systems for all the data. Well, the idea is to have the data, a centralized version of the data that's already curated with dashboards in front of it, a lot more self-service, so that different divisions can create their own dashboards and use the dashboards that are there. Another one of our goals is artificial intelligence. I know everyone's talking about it. It seems like it's in everything now. It could be in cereal next. I don't know. But we are laying out the groundwork for artificial intelligence at LACERA. And so we're currently working on a policy. I think it's hopefully in its final reading, so that we can move forward with some of our initiatives here. But it goes hand in hand with data, data classification, data cataloging will lead to better use of artificial intelligence. We want to be able to use artificial intelligence to anticipate the needs of our members. So whether they call, whether they walk in the front door, or they come to LACERA, we can use this data and artificial intelligence to predict what they might need. We're also using it on the administrative side to be more productive. So if any of you have played around with ChatGPT or some of the other tools that are available, it can increase productivity. So we're working closely with Microsoft with their products that are available, and we'll be keeping you posted about that. But please know that's on our radar, and we're moving forward on it. In 2025, we expect to roll out the retiree healthcare online enrollment. And so Tiona talked about that. It is a joint effort with them, with the Guardians and the Systems Division and Information Security. And the idea is really to provide an online experience and not have to fill out the form. So a few of the trustees have already talked about this, where if you log on to LACERA, we know who you are. We know how many beneficiaries you have. And so if we could ask a few other leading questions, I think Trustee Kehoe mentioned this, what's your current plan? Do you plan on moving? Things like that. We can eliminate a lot of the information that they would normally have to read on the form. So we also think this will be helpful, even if they want an in-person experience, to hand them an iPad when they walk in, log on to LACERA and step through it together. Again, if they even want to come in or call us on the phone, we can still use this new application to help them. And we'll still have printed forms that they can upload as well. But we really see this as a difference between maybe an IRS form and TurboTax. You know, the two different experiences. We hope to have a TurboTax style experience for the members when they're picking their healthcare. 2026, we hope to roll out a LACERA mobile app. And I do think that this will increase engagement. A few trustees talked about that. We do have, LACERA is a responsive design. So if you log in from a phone, it does respond. It's still a nice experience, but it's not quite the same as having an app that constantly sends you notifications. So I know a lot of us are participating in Empower, and they have a very effective app. It keeps me engaged with my 401k all the time. We're looking to do the same thing. So, and the target there is 2026. That same year, we hope to roll out an employer portal. This is actually a common topic among a lot of CIOs and CITs with pension administration. Everyone is working on an employee portal, sorry. And this is really to get that engagement right away. We rely on paper forms coming over from the county, and then a data feed once a new hire has been paid to know about that member. Providing an employer portal would get immediate engagement with that employer. And so we think that will be very productive. And then in 2027, we hope to have a knowledgeware management solution implemented. This is something we're already working on, but realistically, 2027 is probably when we'll see the product. And there's been a lot of discussion about, well, what's the difference between that first objective, data management, versus knowledge management? Well, the data is the data about the members, or it might be budget data on the administrative side. The knowledge management is the why and the what, and the how. How do we do these processes? What are our business rules? And so it applies to our member business rules, but it also applies to, say, how do we do our budget? What does our budget analyst do? What is that job? We do have these processes documented now, but they're in different systems and in different formats. The idea is to bring this all together under one umbrella as a knowledge management solution. And this solution, I do think, will be an integral part of the bridge that Santos talked about, the bridge that we're building for the next generation to help them step into our role and not miss a beat. So you're probably wondering, wow, how are we going to accomplish all of these projects that we have? Well, for that answer, I'm going to turn it over to Kelso.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Can you hear me now? There you go. Thank you, Kathy, and good morning, everyone, trustees and management. As Kathy mentioned, I'm Kelso Templo, IT Manager, Head of the Project Management Office. And thank you again for having us. Next slide. I'll start my presentation by quoting a famous project manager. Operations keep the lights on. Strategy provides a light at the end of the tunnel, but project management is a train engine that moves the organization forward. Take note of that train. Next slide, please. The LACERA's PMO was established in 2020 as a new section in the Systems Division. Our purpose is to manage implementation of new technology at LACERA and then transition this technology to business solutions, InfoSec, and then infrastructure for operational support. The goal of the PMO is to create a repeatable process. This repeatable process provides the following core roles. First is standardization and governance. PMO establishes consistent project management methodologies, processes, and templates for use across LACERA organization. Also, PMO ensures that adherence to best practices and industry standards for project management office. Another role is efficiency and resource optimization. PMO implements tools and systems to streamline project execution and improve resource utilization. We do provide recommendation to sponsors and management to ensure that they do capacity planning in the right way and also provide them resource allocation. We also identify and eliminate bottlenecks to increase project through output and reduce wasteful practices. There's also collaboration with business and technology. As part of project implementation, business stakeholders need to communicate their requirements clearly, while technology teams needs to translate those requirements into feasible solutions. PMO brings in together diverse perspective between each group to lead to a more creative and effective problem solving. We also improve communication. We ensure everyone is informed by reducing misunderstanding and promoting alignment. Also, we foster innovation. We kind of foster a culture of innovative ideas that we encourage and explore. Another role is knowledge management and support. PMO develops a repository of project documentation, lessons learned, and best practices to share across LACERA and divisions and teams as well. We also mentor and coach project managers for their improving their skills and promoting their continuous development. There's also enhanced visibility and decision-making. PMO provides a real-time project status reporting, enabling data-driven decision-making. There's also risk mitigation. PMO established a framework for proactive risk identification, assessment, and mitigation strategies. So we are in the proactive mode as opposed to being reactive. We also aid LACERA stakeholders, sponsors, and SMEs in understanding project-related risk and their potential impacts on business objectives. Lastly, alignment to strategic objectives. As you have, as Tatiana and Tiona mentioned, we have the strategic objectives 1.1 and 1.4. PMO is part of that strategic objectives. We ensure that projects are selected and executed in support of LACERA's broader strategic objectives. We come in and be part of the team and then kind of like decide if the project is the right project. It's within the context of the strategic initiative. We also prioritize this project based on their value to the LACERA organization and manages the overall project portfolio for optimal business impact. Okay. So this next slide is a diagram of the PMO playbook. As you can see, this is different outlines of each phases of project management. We include milestones and some deliverables. These phases are initiation, planning, execution, monitoring control, and also closure. So I won't go into details about each of these phases, but I plan on having that in the next book. It is important to know that as far as PMO projects are concerned, we follow these processes. Although PMO is a relatively small group, each project brings in participants from different organizations. We bring in systems architects from the technical side. We also bring in subject matter experts from the business side. Also the project owners from the management team. And lastly, the sponsors from the executive. The role of the PMO project manager is to ensure that everyone on the project knows his or her responsibility. Again, in referencing the train analogy, the project manager acts as a porter to ensure that everyone gets on the right train, doesn't jump off on the train, arrives at the correct railway station, and is on schedule to reach their destination. So now I'm going to turn it over to Chat, who will discuss how the InfoSec team keeps the passengers, conductors, and train safe as we make our journey. So Chat, please take it away.
Thank you, Kelso. I'm Chat Arande. I'm the Information Security Officer at the Information Security Office. What did we hear today, right? We heard things like automation, AI, social media, good governance, technology, communication, everything related to technology. And then, of course, we have the analogy of a train, the technology train. The business of the ISO really is to secure those tracks on which the train runs on, to secure that train, and to ensure that the train gets to its destination. So really, that's the job of the ISO, and to stay strategically aligned to whatever LACERA's strategic initiatives are. So with that, I think one of the big themes that ISO is looking at is for the coming years, right? If you really look about what's happening today, especially with AI, but the pace at which technology is moving, we're in this era of forced innovation. Forced innovation in the sense that the technology is moving so fast that to secure that technology, there aren't even laws written. For example, if you just take a look at AI, you don't have any laws written. You don't have anything on the books to tell you how to manage those technologies. LACERA itself has to sit down and create its own rules in some ways, taking some guidelines that are. So that calls for good governance. That calls for ensuring that whatever we do in terms of our technology is not only built in such a way that we have defense in depth, and we also have a secure by design approach to anything that we do in technology. So, for example, I think we are one of the first people to come up with the AI policy. There are not very many companies out there, not very many retirement systems that have thought about an AI policy. So that's something that's working through the Ethics and Compliance Committee right now, which will soon be adopted. So with that, I think our job really is to secure this place. With that, I'll pass it on to Kathy.
Okay. Thank you, Chat.
Yeah.
We have another poll for trustees only. And so now we want to know your opinion of our train, our technology and security train. Please pick one option. The train is heading in the right direction. The train seems to be veering off course, or the train needs a complete change in direction. This is your opportunity to give us some feedback on the future milestones that we've outlined. Okay, that scared me for a minute. Okay, great. Wow. Thank you for the vote of confidence. The train is heading in the right direction. I'd like to hear that.
I have Mr. Jones with a question.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I know I shared this with Santos and other. I think I brought it up at a meeting a couple of months ago. But great job presenting. This is like my favorite part of the entire deck. No discourse or whatever, but just to see the historical progression and what was there, what was missing to me, which is what I was going to ask you. It'd be helpful for us as trustees, I think, in order to better understand from a governance perspective the budgets we approve for technology, and then how those dollars then turn into benefits, whether it's time saved, whether it's, as you mentioned, we only have one data center that we have to worry about now, whereas we had 3. I think being able to draw the relationship better for us so that as we look prospectively forward at future investments, we have an idea of how well we're already adopting, and getting the most out of what we have, which then would be also my second comment then, and I assume perhaps this is the PMO, but of the technologies we have, having been in the technology sales business before, one of the things we used to say is, whatever you spend on technology, you usually spend 2/3 more just to change the organizational approach and management to now using those tools basis the way it used to be. So in terms of getting the most out of what we buy and what we invest in, would that also be our PMO office, that making sure that, hey, if this application has this full capability, we are actually maximizing or optimizing the full ability as best the organization can adapt to it. So I don't know if that's
It would be
PMO or not.
It would be PMO, but also the ITCC. So we do have an IT steering committee, the IT coordinating council. That would be their role as well, to make sure that we get the most out of it, out of the applications that we use. But PMO more on the organizational change management. When they implement a new application, it's part of their role to make sure it's actually used. You know, there's nothing worse than implementing new technology that doesn't have a return on investment. Yeah. So I understand what you're asking for. And I think we do have some opportunities to talk about that in the future. You know, we did the cloud migration. That was a big effort. This year, we're focusing on cloud optimization. Are we using the right hosting service? Can we, are there any savings that we can add in now? Can we reduce some of our commitments to the hosting service to rein in the cost? So we can talk about that. You know, we can talk about the data centers, the air conditions we no longer need, the electricity we no longer need. And then we can talk about some of the other things that we've hosted, like our mainframe. Part of our decision to host the mainframe was for disaster recovery, but it was also financial, because we avoided $1 million upgrade by going to a hosting provider. So we can talk about all of those in the future at another presentation.
Awesome. Yeah, no, thank you. I enjoyed it very much. Appreciate it.
It'll be in July, actually.
Great.
Yeah.
I have Mr. Rue followed by Mr. Moore.
Thank you for the presentation. It was great. And, you know, as an end user, I'm like, wow, it's taking too long. But I really appreciate the fact, because, you know, at the end user phase, it looks so simple, right? And it looks like, oh, you know, just why can't you just make it do this and that? You know, everyone else does it. But the fact that, you know, it's going on, I mean, it's going to probably take about 2028 to implement all of this, right?
That's where our strategic plan goes through 2028.
So I really appreciate that. And I know how much effort it goes into something that looks really simple, has so much back work behind it and so much technology behind it. So while I wish it was available today, I really appreciate the fact that you guys are going slow and steady, and you have a whole, what did you call it? CMO process and procedure, because slow and steady is better. Because many times have we seen in government where they try to roll something out technology-wise, and then it crashes, and then it costs another X million dollars to replace or fix. So, it's double-edged. While I want you to go faster, if you need more time, take your time, because it's better to do it right and correct the first time. So, but it looks great. It looks like we're on track. I did have one question though. Your first poll, it asked for the implementation next 5 years, says robotic process automation. Nobody picked that, but I actually don't know what that means.
I can talk a little bit about it. So it's anything that you would use a robot for, or a bot. So in manufacturing, you know, a robot that would pick up packages and move them, sort things. And then in a financial organization like LACERA, it would be anything, many manual tasks, any interaction with systems that could be automated, almost like screen scraping. So if you wanted to look at a microfiche and then go to another system and then do some calculation and put it in Excel, all of that can be done with robotic process automation. I do know that San Diego, and I don't know if it's city or county, has done this. They've already implemented for their quality assurance group. So anything that they want to QA, the QA staff members have developed this robotic process automation. And so it will manually calc things that they normally would have done manually, but it'll robotically calc them. So there are some opportunities. It's not on our roadmap yet, but it is something that we're starting to hear more about. Some pension funds are starting to use it. So I thought I'd put it on there and see if anyone was interested.
Yeah. Again, thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your real thoughtfulness into it, and I can't believe, you know, it's going to take a long time, but at the same time, take your time. And I appreciate the CEO in making this a priority. And because I know how, while it looks simple for the end user, how technologically difficult it is to get it to a place. So I appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Moore.
Okay, I think you are in the right direction. I hear feedback. Okay, but anyway, yeah, I think you're on the right direction here. One area that I was particularly interested in was in the project management. And at some point, you're going to have multiple projects going on for multiple end users, and you're going to run into the prioritization process and the resources that you have internally, and then financial resources in the budget, and how you sort that out to make sure you please, or everyone gets on the same page. So your prioritization process, I'm thinking, would be inclusive of all of the end users and the business divisions that are depending upon your work. Have you thought about it in that context, or you already have something in place to address those kind of issues?
So we already have that issue, Trustee Moore. As we roll out different applications, there is an organizational impact. And you know, over the last 2 years, we have been focusing on the administrative side. So we rolled out a new budget system. We're working on automated AP, and we're in the final stages of rolling out a contract management system. So it directly impacted the same people. And so, you know, while we were hoping to get some of those, all 3 of those completed by now, we did have to prioritize, and budget came first. We really needed to get a budget system in place. And then following that, the AP, automated AP went in, and now we're getting around to implementing the contract management. But it's something that we're going to continue to struggle with. On the member side, you know, we are doing case management, and that is taking a lot of time from our subject matter experts. When the Disability Retirement Group implemented case management, they spent a lot of time in UAT, and it was kind of an eye-opener for all of us. Like, if we're going to change the way we do IT projects and we're going to include the business side, then we all need to make sure that we have the resources that are available. So you kind of touched a nerve. So I appreciate the question, but it's something that we deal with today. We're already there.
All right. Okay.
If I can also add one thing to that. So we have regular meetings from the member operations side of the house with Kathy's group and the PMO to set priorities. So, you know, we have a long list of things we want to do. And so my team meets first, and we decide, well, what do we think are the priorities on our side? Then we meet with Kathy and her team, and we talk about the priorities on their side, and what resources they have. And through that, we create the map on how we move forward to make sure that we're all focused on it. And then, you know, we're committed to making sure that we have the right resources. For right now, we're doing the case management system for first payment. And we have dedicated staff, which are, you know, focused on beta testing, the user acceptance testing, the first version of that. So we work really closely hand in hand to make sure that we're maximizing our efficiency as much as possible.
Okay, thanks.
Good.
Kathy mentioned the ITCC, IT Information Council.
You want to turn on your microphone so Mr. Moore can hear as well.
Uh-oh.
Be a little nimble here. So just wanted to mention that we do have a ITCC, IT Coordination Council that's more globally throughout the organization. And that's where we assess projects. And again, it goes back to our focus around our the Board of Retirement strategic plan, and does it align with the strategic plan? Because that's what's going to get us through the next 5 years. And to Trustee Rue, it's a phased approach. So you'll see some of those milestones in 2025, 2026, 2027, in terms of some of the solutions that Kathy mentioned. But that's really the process that we take, Trustee Moore, is we have a more global coordination council. With that, we look at our strategic plan and our objectives and our priorities, and then set that with the budget.
Yeah.
It's definitely a balancing act. but we do have some controls in the balance, right? So we could be either walking over 5 feet or we could be walking between two high rises, right? So every organization struggles with this. And IT is a key component. There's not one part of the organization that doesn't overlap with IT or probably has a wish list for IT. And I know that we've been slightly handcuffed, more than slightly handcuffed, in trying to fill some of those positions for a large number of reasons. I think that this is something that you could definitely identify as not going away, continuing to grow. And I think as an organization, we need to get ahead of it, continue to get ahead of it, and identify where we need to be and start trying to hire and fill these spots, and get more of these database programmers and things like that to do in-house and bring stuff in-house, and possibly identifying, good solid outside resources if necessary to contract with. Because at the end of the day, I agree 100%. We don't want to overdo it and do it too quick and make mistakes or get products that we don't want. But we also should be putting that the people in the right seats to make things happen sooner rather than later. So I appreciate and know that it is a balancing act, but I do think that this is a critical component that we need to be looking at and going into. And I know we are, and I know we're talking about it, but I definitely would like us to get very, very serious about making sure that's the focus. Any additional things?
Okay, I'm going to get in the weeds. I can't help myself. So I want to go back to robotics.
Yeah.
And I want you to define what a chatbot is. I know what it is, but does it fit into the category of robotics?
I would put it more in the category of AI, but it is a bot.
Yeah.
So the chat bot is when you just type in a question,
right,
and you get a response. So that's part of our AI strategy.
Are we using chatbot right now? I don't know that. Okay.
We're not.
All right. I just know it's used a lot. So I just wanted to check on that. Thank you.
There's a lot of opportunities there. Yeah, sure. For
Thank
chatbot, internally, externally. Yeah. And we really, our focus right now is the AI policy. Make sure that we have that approved and acknowledged by everyone, and then we can start moving forward.
Thanks for entertaining that.
Any other questions?
Any additional?
I have some parting thoughts.
Perfect.
If you'll indulge me, I want to keep with our train analogy. So we just want you to know that LACERA is moving forward with technology, just like trains leaving Union Station. And we're definitely, we're going to be investing in emerging technology. We want to, like Union Station and Amtrak would invest in new trains, but we're not going to leave our members behind. The train won't leave without them, and there might be an alternative train. But we definitely, we are going to be promoting technology, but we also will still continue to serve members in any fashion that they prefer. They want to walk in the door, we'll be there for them. And lastly, we do want the input from the Board of Retirement. It's really important to constantly tell us what you're hearing from the members. And also in your private endeavors, I know a lot of you work with technology. We'd love to hear what you've been doing and what we could be doing here at LACERA to improve that. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And I do appreciate the inside jokes here with the LA Metro train station. That was not lost on me. Okay, so this moves us now into our lunch. For those of you who are not staying for tomorrow night, I've been reminded to tell you to make sure you check out during lunch. And because of the weather, we're not keeping the terrace open, so we will be able to just use the round tables here for our meals. So let's break and get to bed. We're going to work it together. We're going to meet at 1:00. So you get an official break between 12 and 1.
Recording stopped. Recording in
thank you.
progress.
Okay, we'll get started back again. We have our fiduciary training, and we have Miss Ashley Dunning here is going to be bringing us along. We're going to turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you, Chair Kehoe. Good afternoon, members of the boards and audience. Can you hear me all right? All right, good. We have an hour and 15 minutes of fiduciary training here. We will try to make this interactive and interesting, hopefully applicable to all of you. It is tailored to the trustees, but it actually does apply to all of LACERA because many of you have fiduciary responsibilities. And if you don't specifically have one because your job is more ministerial, you most definitely support somebody who does have a fiduciary duty. So it matters to all of us. The presentation today is going to first talk definitionally. What are we talking about when we're talking about who a fiduciary is? We're next going to talk about who's not a fiduciary, because sometimes it's helpful when defining something to think about what it's not also. Then we'll switch to running through the fiduciary framework within which one operates as a fiduciary, particularly as a fiduciary of a public defined benefit plan in California, because there are very specific obligations that derive from that context of being a fiduciary. We'll have several hypotheticals as we go through those various fiduciary duties that I hope, again, will be interactive with the trustees and others who would like to weigh in on the topics. We'll then spend a little bit of time on prudent delegation, which is a topic that the boards have been addressing in various forms of late, as well as expert consultation, which is the kind of flip side of fiduciary or part of prudent delegation. We then go through some do's and don'ts for fiduciaries, talking about various roles that you have as a fiduciary of LACERA and the responsibility that comes with those roles. And then we finally wrap up with a fiduciary compliance slide that tries to tie it all together. So what is a fiduciary? A fiduciary is any person, so each of you, or organization, i.e. LACERA, that has discretionary control. That's really important. There's some element of judgment, of discretion, authority or control over plan administration. What's the plan? LACERA is the plan. You're providing retirement benefits to individuals, retirement-related benefits. You're administering that plan, exercising your discretion for the benefit of another. This is not for you individually. It's not for your family members. It's for other people. It's other people's money. It's trust assets. And why are you doing that? You are doing that for the security of their retirement benefits. It's a very specific trust purpose. And because of that trust purpose, you have a duty to put the interests of those members and beneficiaries ahead of all other interests. That's a really awesome responsibility. And that's why we're talking about it today. That's why you have regular fiduciary education, because fiduciary responsibility should come into all of your decision-making when you're thinking about LACERA and its operations. Whether you're on the Board of Investments and you're thinking about earning the returns that are needed to support and fund the promised benefits, or you're talking about the administration of the plan, how you communicate with your members effectively so that they understand the benefits to which they're entitled. All of that derives from your responsibilities as fiduciaries. Really important, though, you interact with a lot of different people as a representative of LACERA. And you see those people in different places. You may see them in your day job. You may see them because they approach you because of your role at LACERA. You may just see them randomly. I've included some examples of people here with whom you may likely interact. It's really important to understand that those folks are not fiduciaries to your members and beneficiaries. So your plan sponsors, the county representatives with whom you may interact, are not fiduciaries to your members and beneficiaries. The unions with whom you may interact, the retiree organization, they're not fiduciaries. State agencies that may have some oversight over you are also not fiduciaries. Investment professionals, your managers, unless they owe a fiduciary duty to LACERA by virtue of their contractual relationship with you, are not fiduciaries. Trustees of other SERL systems, of the state systems, trustees you might meet at conferences, they're not fiduciaries to LACERA members and beneficiaries. Former trustees on this board are no longer fiduciaries. Vendors that you might meet at conferences, and again, unless they have a contractual relationship with LACERA where they have a fiduciary responsibility, are not fiduciaries. And so the sources of information from which you derive the education that you get for the organization, the way in which you import that information into LACERA or not, is really important to think about, because you are the ones who are the fiduciaries. They are not. You are the ones with the ultimate responsibility. They are not. So who are the fiduciaries again? Both boards, of course, the trustees of the boards and their committees, individually and collectively, are fiduciaries. What are they fiduciaries about? They're fiduciaries with respect to their responsibility to administer LACERA in the overall best interest of members and beneficiaries. You don't owe a duty to a LACERA member with respect to any other part of their lives, right? So you don't have a duty to them with respect to the general well-being of people in LA County. You owe a duty to make sure that they're paid their promised benefits on time in the right amount. In-house staff at LACERA who have discretionary authority or control over the administration or management of LACERA also have those fiduciary responsibilities. And their fiduciary responsibility is with respect to that which they have a role or responsibility at LACERA. And then, as I mentioned earlier, certain consultants and other advisors will have a fiduciary duty to LACERA. As counsel for LACERA, I owe a fiduciary duty to LACERA. I do not owe a fiduciary duty to your members and beneficiaries, though. So that's an interesting dynamic. With your outside folks, we owe fiduciary duties to the organization. You owe fiduciary duties to the members and beneficiaries. Any questions about the definition of a fiduciary and who has that responsibility and who does not before we move on? Silence in the room. All right. Yes. Trustee. No, please.
So I wonder. Thank you. Can you hear me now? Yes. So I know that both management team, staff team, and board trustee will all have fiduciary duties to members. I just wonder if there's any difference there at all, or the same.
That's a great question. There is not a difference in terms of the relationship of loyalty, care, and the types of duties that we'll talk about. What matters is who has responsibility for what. And we'll talk about that in terms of oversight and monitoring responsibility that the boards have, delegated operational responsibilities that your staff has, and that they may delegate to those who have the best level of expertise within the organization to handle a particular responsibility. For example, no trustee should be calculating benefits of a member, right? We will be talking about that. Your job is oversight as to the administration of the plan. You're not calculating benefits. You're not running money. You're not making trades. You have a different role in the governance, in the fiduciary governance of the organization. But you all have the same ultimate relationship to the beneficiaries as a fiduciary to the beneficiaries. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Great question. Any other questions before we move on?
I have a question.
Yes.
I thought it was really interesting that you said you have a fiduciary duty to us as trustees because you are our fiduciary.
As a collective, yes.
As a collective. So, but you don't have a fiduciary duty to our members.
Correct.
Explain that a little bit more because indirectly it seems to flow that if you keep us on the straight and narrow, it eventually benefits our members.
That's my goal. That's my goal. That's my goal, but I don't owe the duty to the member themselves because my relationship is to LACERA. You might think about this in terms of this, and I'm speaking about California law. There are laws in other states that address some of these issues somewhat differently, and attorney-client privilege is a really good example of it. The attorney-client privilege is between me and my firm and LACERA and the trustees, whomever is within that privilege. It does not flow to others, to members. I say down just because I think of like trustees down, but it's not judgmental. So my communications can be privileged to the organization, to the representatives of the organization, and not to the members and beneficiaries of the plan. I don't owe them a duty as their lawyer, nor as a fiduciary. My duty is to LACERA. You as a trustee owe duty to the members and beneficiaries. Think of it this way. The settlor, the trustor, the one who created the plan is LA County and your other participating employers, Superior Court, et cetera. They are the trustors. They design the plan by adopting provisions of the County Employees Retirement Law or PEPRA that apply. You are the administrator of the plan who acts in a fiduciary responsive way, fiduciarily responsible, or who has a fiduciary role to administer the plan correctly. Why are you doing that? You are doing that for the benefit of the beneficiaries of the plan, the members and beneficiaries. Those who advise you are advising you in your role as fiduciary. So we're not advising you because we're stepping into your role. We're outside advising you in your role, which then you carry out, hopefully in compliance with all applicable laws. Does that help? Oh, good. All right. Great questions. Any more before we move on? No. Okay. I have focused here on the fiduciary duties of the Board of Retirement because this is a fiduciary training for the Board of Retirement. There's one other fiduciary duty that I include on this list when I'm talking to a Board of Investments or to a Board of Retirement that has an investment. Actually, I have two more bullet points that I include. One relates to assuring the competency of the assets of the retirement system to pay promised benefits. So that's basically the actuarial function. And then diversifying investments of the plan. Those are functions of your Board of Investments here that are fiduciary responsibilities, not included on this line for the reason that I said. So here I'm focusing on Board of Retirement. All four of these, although the first three are applicable to both boards, most importantly. Duty of loyalty, exclusive benefit rule. We will talk about each of these in turn. Then we'll turn to duty of prudence. Duty to defray reasonable administrative expenses, need to accomplish the necessary work of the board. That is a mouthful. And then finally, this goes to the plan administration versus plan design point that I alluded to earlier. You have the duty to administer the plan in accordance with plan terms and applicable law. You are not the creator of this plan. You're the administrator of it. Duty of loyalty. The duty of loyalty is a fundamental principle in fiduciary law. It's set forth in the California Constitution as well as in the County Employees Retirement Law. It's set forth in tax compliance rules as well. And the words here are all, well, I haven't included all of the words, but the primary focus here is what you should be centering yourselves on. Fiduciary discharges its duties solely in the interest of and for the exclusive purposes of providing benefits to participants and their beneficiaries. Okay, so solely in the interest of, not in the interest of anybody else, just in the interest of those whom we're talking about, and for the exclusive purpose of providing benefits. It doesn't have to do with anything other than the provision of LACERA benefits. to the participants and their beneficiaries. And that duty to the participants and beneficiaries is to take precedence over any other duty. It's called the primary duty rule. So you may have other responsibilities, and I talk about them in the next bullet point, but those are secondary to the primary duty, which is making sure that your members and their beneficiaries get paid the right amount on time of their LACERA benefits. Within the California Constitution, there's a provision that talks about other constitutional obligations, one of which is to minimize employer contributions, and the other is to defray reasonable expenses of administering the system. Those, again, are secondary to the primary duty. And importantly, the duty to the employer is not a fiduciary duty. Why do I say that? I say that for the reason that I went through with Trustee Gray about the way that relationship works. You don't owe a fiduciary duty to the settlor. They designed the plan through the legislative authority afforded to them. You are administering the plan on behalf of the members and beneficiaries. It's the members and beneficiaries to whom you owe that duty. Then why in the world does the Constitution say minimize employer contributions? Well, the reason is you're trying to be prudent as a fiduciary and not have this plan be unaffordably expensive. And how do you do that? By prudent diversification of the investments of the plan in order to earn money in the market, in order to pay the benefits, by not overcharging, by having prudent actuarial policies. That's the other board, I know, but using policies that pre-fund the plan in a prudent way, by not overspending. Those are constitutional obligations again, but the fiduciary duty of loyalty to the members and beneficiaries is your primary duty. Therefore, if you were to put the interest of another ahead of the overall best interest of your members and beneficiaries, that would not be consistent with your duty of loyalty. So if you were in this role as a trustee or as an executive or other person making discretionary decisions for LACERA, and you were saying what's best for the county, what's best for the union, what's best for me, not me, Ashley, me, you, or me, what's best for anyone other than the overall best interest of the members and beneficiaries, that's not consistent with your fiduciary responsibilities. It's basically a conflict of interest rule. You're not allowed to have any conflicting loyalties. Everyone recognizes that you come to this board with other jobs. You have day jobs. You may have a day job with the county. You may have a day job with a private employer. You may have things that you feel really passionately about in your life. But those are cannot be in conflict with, and they cannot be driving or influencing your decision making in a way that in any way compromises your ability to fulfill your duty of loyalty to the members and beneficiaries of the plan with respect to what you're doing here, which is LACERA business. That issue was actually litigated against another SERL system where the allegation was that they had put that board had put the interests of their county ahead of the interests of the retirement plan members and beneficiaries with respect to how they handled the reserves of the retirement system and certain actuarial funding decisions that they made, or actual methodology decisions. The board ultimately won, but it was after 2 times up to the Court of Appeal and back. So a lot of trial testimony had to be made about how they were in fact complying with their duty of loyalty to members and beneficiaries to convince the Court of Appeal. So when you were thinking about issues for LACERA, when you were talking about them, when you were deliberating amongst yourselves, always remember that the focus needs to be on the overall best interest of your members and beneficiaries. That doesn't mean that your members and beneficiaries are always going to be happy with you. It doesn't mean that you're making a decision that's granting, say, a disability retirement application that your member has applied for which the competent medical evidence does not establish entitlement, right? There will absolutely be circumstances where what you're doing is something that some or many of your members do not like. that doesn't make it wrong, and it doesn't make it inconsistent with your duty of loyalty. But you must keep in mind, or you must make primary this recognition that the overall best interest of your members and beneficiaries and the security of all of their retirement benefits when they're due is what should be your guiding force. You are required also to provide fair process to people. You're dealing with property interests, right? You're dealing with people's future ability to have a dignified retirement and a stream of income until death. And you need to provide them with sufficient information so that they can make fully informed decisions about those entitlements. You've talked a lot about how superior member service is a priority for LACERA. That's fantastic. And that is consistent with what we're talking about here, which is making sure that members understand what they're entitled to, how to access it at the right time. The appropriate balance in these areas is not necessarily obvious. You have different categories of membership necessarily by plan design that you have to respect. You have your PEPR members who are entitled to Plan G benefits. They're different from those to which your earlier legacy members are entitled. You have your safety members who are entitled to certain different presumptions under the law that are not available for your general members. You have your retired members who aren't paying contributions into the plan anymore. They don't necessarily care what your actuarial assumptions are that are going to impact active members' contribution rates. So how one reconciles all these different competing interests may not be obvious in a given moment. But what makes them more clear is when you think about what you're here to do, which is to make sure that they're all paid the right amount under whatever plan they're in. They all can make fully informed decisions about those benefits at the right time, whether it's informing them, focusing on their hire date, mid-career, or later, or three months to retirement planning. You're giving them the information that's going to help them make those informed decisions over that time period. As multi-member boards who come to this board from different places, there's also an interesting dynamic that plays out in a lot of SERL and other public retirement plans, which is some of you are appointed by the plan sponsor. Some of you are elected by active members. Some of you are elected by safety active members. Some of you are elected by retirees. Some of you are here ex officio. Regardless of how you got here, you have the same fiduciary responsibility as the next trustee. You're co-fiduciaries to one another. You're all fiduciaries to the members and beneficiaries. You are not representatives of the person or entity that put you on this board. That is very clear under California general trust law. And so, for one to say that they are a representative of a particular group or of the county is incorrect. They may be elected to the board in that way and are. It's recognized, it's appreciated. It is part of the design of this plan that you come to this board from different places, but it should not impact your decision making. Because when you're on the board, you're wearing one hat. And I'm sure you've heard that in other fiduciary trainings. It's the single hat rule. You may not have two hats on. You may not be acting as the county treasurer and also and wearing that hat as the LACERA board member. You may not be appointed. You may be appointed by the board of supervisors, but you are not making a decision based on whether the county can afford a particular action or not. You certainly are trying to minimize employer contributions, but that's the responsibility of all of you. And the California Constitution actually was amended in 1992 as the result of the Pension Protection Act, or not Prop 162 in 1992 for this very reason, because at that time, the state was trying to take over the actuarial function of CalPERS. It would be very nice as a creditor, as a debtor, excuse me, it would be very nice as one who owes money to another to be able to decide how much money you owe, right? Which is what was happening. If the state, or in this case, the county, were able to decide how much money to put into the retirement system, then they would be able to control that function. If they were to hire your actuary and have your actuaries use the methodologies that they wanted in order to set a lower contribution rate, wouldn't that be great? Well, that's what this, for them, that's what the state was trying to do with CalPERS, and that's what Prop 162 prevents. And the language behind Prop 162 talks about preventing political meddling and interference by the employer over the fiduciary responsibilities of the trustees. I've included other case sites from both the US Supreme Court and California law that repeats this principle. Any questions before we move on to our hypotheticals and duty of loyalty? All right, so duty of loyalty, hypothetical A. Sam is a trustee on the Board of Retirement. Sam is also active in organizations that include vendors who would love to do business with LACERA. After having met at a conference with a representative of such a vendor, Sam approaches LACERA executive leadership and then follows up with executive leadership about whether LACERA would consider retaining the vendor for an upcoming project or an investment. This could apply to either board. Executive leadership encourages Trustee Sam to follow LACERA's normal process of submitting the vendor's interest through appropriate channels. So I understand there's one such channel for investment managers called the New Opportunities at LACERA. What fiduciary considerations are implicated by this hypothetical? Is the first question. And the second question, does this vendor's expertise as applicable to one board or the other impact this question and how it should be analyzed? So any thoughts about fiduciary considerations built into this hypothetical? We talked about who's a fiduciary, who's not. What about people you meet at conferences? Everyone's quiet. What about the fact that as a LACERA agent at a conference, you are viewed as a target, right? You go to a conference and everybody wants to talk to you.
Until they know you're on the LACERA Board of Retirement.
Ah, right. Well, maybe they might be selling a pension administration software system. Who knows? I mean, right? There are different vendors. Not to impugn anyone, but it is important to recognize that. And so trustees will go to conferences, they'll get good information, they'll get bad information, they'll get medium information. Is it a problem to come back and approach executive leadership about what you've learned? Anybody see a problem with that? Is there a problem about the follow-up, about putting pressure, and I'm just going to put it that way, on staff to follow up? So not only do you as trustees have a target on you when you go to a conference because you are recognized as somebody who wields power at LACERA, you also wield power with staff. And the consequence of that is that people will be inclined to do what you ask them to do. And from a governance perspective, and from a fiduciary perspective, it's important to recognize that and to wield that power in an appropriate way, which means going through the appropriate venues for the consideration of opportunities. So let's go then to the second question. Somebody from the conference What to the Board of Retirement point, was an investment manager, but has inadvertently or not knowing that there are two boards at LACERA, which is possible since you're the only SERL system that has two boards, has gone to one of the trustees and asked for an introduction to your investment staff. Does that impact the hypothetical if it's at all? If it's a member of the Board of Retirement who gets this query rather than a Board of Investment member? It might. It probably does. Probably doesn't change the answer though, which is go through the proper channels. It may be that you don't know the proper channels as well for the Board of Investments as you would on an investments matter as you would for the Board of Retirement, and that's a perfectly fine question. What's the appropriate venue for bringing opportunities to LACERA? This whole cybersecurity and technology discussion was really interesting because that's a big area right now at the conferences too. You say, well, you're not approached as much as a member of the Board of Retirement. That was true in the day, maybe less so now because cybersecurity issues are so important and therefore presence of those folks are also at these conferences. Hypothetical B, Board of Retirement is considering changing vendors to assist in the administration of LACERA's retiree health program. Another great presentation we had today. Appointed Board of Retirement member Sarah works for a private sector retiree healthcare program provider that would like to bid for LACERA's work. This is like a law school exam. What are fiduciarily appropriate and not appropriate considerations for Sarah and the rest of the board in this context? And then second, with whom at LACERA should Sarah, sorry, there are so many Sarahs here, should Sarah consult on this topic and when? Ideas?
Fiduciary counsel right away.
Well, what I would say is chief counsel right away, and chief counsel may well consult with fiduciary counsel for sure, or fiduciary counsel, whatever way you all work out. But certainly counsel, because there is a conflict of interest, probably 1090 issue lurking in that hypothetical. And for those of you who don't know the shorthand of 1090, that's a conflict of interest in making of a contract, and LACERA is prohibited from entering into a contract such as that. LACERA could not enter into a contract with the employer of any of its trustees under most circumstances under California law. So you got to ask that question very early on to make sure it's well understood. And if there is an exception that applies under certain circumstances, it definitely requires disclosure and recusal, which means that that trustee couldn't be involved at all in the decision-making around that topic. So you'd need to know that too. Hypothetical C, Saul is a LACERA Board of Retirement member who is elected by the active members of the system. He's a former official of the union that represents some members of LACERA, and he's still a member of that union. Saul's informed by members of his union that union leadership is planning a new initiative to persuade public retirement systems, including LACERA and others, to seek legislation expanding benefits to be provided to members of the retirement system. A member of that union attends a BOR meeting to present and public comment on that topic. What fiduciary topics are implicated here for Saul and the rest of the BOR? What brave soul would like to venture into this? Good. Yes, this is a duty of loyalty hypothetical. Excuse me. Yes, duty of loyalty. Okay, so Saul has his LACERA Board of Retirement hat on. He does not have a union member or union official hat on. And that should be apparent in his comments. It doesn't mean in this hypothetical, I don't see a reason why he would have to recuse himself from the decision-making. But the member of the union who's presenting is not presenting to somebody, some fellow union member asking for advocacy on behalf of the union membership, that person should be having the same fiduciary hat on as everybody else. Is there any other fiduciary issue lurking here with respect to expansion of benefits? I'm giving you a hint. As fiduciaries, you're to administer the plan that you have. You're not to be participating in plan design, either to change the design to restrict benefits or to change the design to expand benefits. That's an important distinction in terms of roles and responsibilities. Yes, please.
I have a question. When you say that, does that mean that LACERA wouldn't be able to take a position on that bill?
It doesn't mean you can't take a position. You do have a legislative arm. You do take positions on bills, and you may decide for the administration of LACERA that there is a valid position to be taken or not taken. It doesn't mean in litigation, you know, we had all this constitutionality litigation. It doesn't mean you can't take a position, but it means as members of the board acting for LACERA, you're not to be trying to change the plan in a way that is really functioning as a plan design matter, as opposed to interpretation. You have an important role in interpretation. Yes.
So when we're looking at that plan design, we're talking about increasing or enhancing benefits versus administration or operations, because there is things like errors and omissions. That was an important thing that we were successful in. But so I think it's important to differentiate between exactly what we're talking about, and that's the importance of having it as a open discussion amongst the full board in the boardroom with staff, legal counsel, and having that conversation.
That's exactly right. So LACERA administers, operates, interprets the plan. You have a really important responsibility with respect to that. All of those functions, all of which are subject to judicial review, but are within your purview. Expanding benefits or contracting, taking away a benefit that's an entitlement. Both sides of that coin are plan design. That is a plan sponsor function, potentially negotiations with others, but not negotiations with the retirement system or board. Duty of prudence. The duty of prudence,
Question for you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late as the lunchtime brain is processing slowly. So this may go back a slide or two, but given that we've moved to delegated authority, right? So the implicit power that we might have had in terms of voting on something of that nature, if we were to meet somebody out somewhere who says, hey, I'm in, I don't know, hedge funds, whatever else you there. My normal conversations goes something like this when they approach me. Oh, okay. Have you talked to anybody on our side yet? Well, no, we haven't been able to do anything. And I would tell them who the right person is, you know, to reach out to. And then I might share some things about our SAA or strategic asset allocation, just in the general conversation. Sometimes, as John knows, I might email him or something. And I said, hey, are we doing anything in this area or so-and-so and so-and-so, just to kind of get an idea of whether it's really something new or what have you. Partly in that process, but given that we moved to delegated authority, has the threshold for trustee, reception of a contact that you have and then passing it along, has it changed?
Has it changed?
Because I'll tell people all the time, I said, listen, I don't have a finger on the thumb, staff, whatever else.
A little bit. I mean, I think the same rules would have applied before, in the sense that proper channels need to have been gone through before you're getting unverified information at an event like that is not subject to any fiduciary responsibilities, not subject to any other oversight in terms of, is it accurate information, et cetera. So there's that element that existed even before delegated authority. But with delegated authority, even more so, the decisions are going to be made in terms of opportunities, probably in a different way, and may even provide a useful term for trustees to use in that context to say, we do have delegated authority. You need to go through these channels, and this is how you can access it through the LACERA website, presumably. And I urge you to do that. And then the question becomes, do you call, is the email to your CIO a next step, or is it enough instead just to have that person go through the proper channels? And I kind of leave that to you, because it's important for trustees to be able to feel like they can talk to their chiefs. But to the point I made earlier about recognizing what looks like a directive, potentially when heard by staff, or wielding power in a way that may not be going through proper fiduciary channels. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I mean, because part of it is, and I'll tell you, as a visible minority, that you're going to be approached, you'll be looked at as a friendlier recipient to emerging managers wherever they are, right? So they're going to come to me and say, what up? So I'm going to have some conversation. And then I'll tell you, frankly, that I'll feel, part of my responsibility in a large sense, not necessarily to the PowerPoint sense, is that if I'm here and because of what I know about Tide or whatever else, I say, hey, so if there's an opportunity, make sure you go and check out this public meeting, because there was an explicit conversation about, check out the video or the slide presentation on this or this. And then I may reach out even to another board member, as I think some of my other board members have known. But I'm just trying to understand this idea of what is power, as you would say, power used in a disadvantageous sense to the overall well-being versus power used versus, I kind of feel like I'm just not here to be generic, right? I'm not here to be generic. And so at some level, if there's some touch point that I have that still lines up with everything else, and I have an opportunity to say, hey, it's Jim Rice, if it's real estate or real assets, or if it's Chris, if it's, whatever, then I feel that's kind of why I'm here, right? And so I can't imagine, and maybe staff could say it, but I can't imagine, because I would always go through John and copy him on it anyway, that if I reached out to Jim, for example, of saying, hey, I met somebody who's doing, workforce housing, look interesting, I'd send it off, and then that's it. Right. You know what I mean? I just want to.
Yeah, no, it's a really important question. I would push back on it's why I'm here. Okay, so that part of the premise or the preface to all of this was, you're all here as fiduciaries to the members and beneficiaries with respect to the security of their LACERA benefits. That's why each of you are here. You don't have different roles depending upon.
Well, maybe let me say that's why I'm doing it, right? There's at some level, it's just otherwise you could get any generic.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned that, because each of you are doing this probably for different reasons. And that's a reality. But what's important to understand once you get to this role is you may have gotten here with that reality. You may have come to this role for that reason, but you're actually taking that hat off of whatever it is that brought the person here. It might be the person who thought that LACERA was not being run well at all, and they've come in and they were going to be the person who saved the day. They read whatever about LACERA. I'm making this up. It's in a different plan. Whatever preconception or perception or personal responsibility that a person comes to from that other place that is what matters to them in their life. Obviously it's hard for us to remove that and suggest that we're all exactly the same. We're not. We come into this with our different backgrounds, experiences, perspectives, all of that. But we should avoid the tendency of thinking, well, I'm the county's person on the board. I'm the person who has more to say about diversity. I'm the person who has more to say about environmental justice, whatever it is that's the thing that really matters to the person in other capacities. And speak with one voice as fiduciary. So that's my first response. I don't view it as like a slide thing. I view this as sort of fundamental to what we're talking about here. In terms of how you interact with the individual who's approaching you at a conference for that reason, what I'd say there is, as much as you all can, try to have a fair, impartial, uniform voice about what you do when you're approached with these sorts of things. And there should be mechanisms, whether it's within TIDE or within new opportunities or within other things that LACERA does, to point people to the appropriate person at LACERA through online, hopefully online resources to be able to follow up. It's not going to be perfect because people do come to the board with views about what they view to be most important. But what I'm here to say as your fiduciary counsel is you really need to keep your eye on the ball about what your responsibility is as trustees in this role. And that is fairness to your members and beneficiaries, making sure the plan's administered properly, and making sure that your staff who are running the organization, with delegated authority, which exists inherently and then explicitly in different aspects of the organization, are able to do their job. I see another hand, Trustee Gray.
I was only going to follow up on what Trustee Jones said, and that is that delegative authority doesn't mean that you've relinquished your fiduciary duty. It's just lightening your load as a trustee, but the ultimate duty still falls on your shoulders. And I look to Mr. Grable. Yes, the board has delegated, authority to you and your staff to do certain things, but ultimately you will come before the board at some point to let the board know what they're doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
So there is no relinquishment of your fiduciary duty.
Well, it wasn't about relinquishment. It was before, when we could vote on something, somebody approaching us could be implicitly saying, well, I know you could have influence over your fellow board members or in a vote or in a conversation, which we don't have now because all those decisions are being made internally.
But you shouldn't have had that in the first place.
Well, I'm not worried about what it was in the first place. I'm just saying, so now that we don't have that, then when someone approaches you about an opportunity, one, you let them know that I'm not a voting member on anything. And two, so that I don't have the power, right, the implied power that you might have approached me with before because I could vote. And so all I can do for you at this stage, potentially, is make an introduction in through newopportunities.com, or I could be kind enough to say, hey, Jim came across this interesting opportunity. If it looks interesting, great. And then I can just leave it alone.
So
I don't have to worry about having a vote ever come up or anything like that.
I'd like to respond to Trustee Gray. I mean, this is a great exchange in terms of the communication. But what I'd say to Trustee Gray's comment is the board boards retain their fiduciary responsibility. However, their role is different in that their role is oversight and monitoring, and it's more operationalized, the day-to-day decisions, hiring, firing within parameters, et cetera, that are set forth in the delegation. So there are different responsibilities that flow with each model. It's interesting, the terminology used, I can't do anything more for you, right? Which is a colloquial way that we think about things, but it does go back to requiring us to think about what the trustee's role is in that circumstance. It's not a role on behalf of another. It's a role as the trustee of the organization, providing proper fiduciary governance over it so that you can work with your staff to have the system do what it's supposed to be doing. And not looking out for folks that you meet at conferences. I'm just saying it, sort of brashly, but But good comments, yeah.
I think we get too much into the weeds on some of this stuff. But the bottom line is delegated authority or not, the board holds the ultimate responsibility. And we always have to look at it like that. And if we start looking at, well, I delegated this, so maybe I can have a deeper, no, it doesn't matter. We ultimately have authority. We should always think about that at an ethical standpoint. And then as far as interactions and passing things on, I believe we actually have a policy on that where I can pass something on to Mr. Grable, but after I think the second or the third time of me asking third time, then it has to be reported to the board. So that's a good checks and balances to keep us from putting that pressure on us. So very basically, we have ultimate authority, and if we push information onto the board or ask questions to the staff, or give recommendations, that first one's okay. Here FYI, this is information, and then after that, we let staff run with it. So I think we just keep it simple at that, and then but once you start meddling or getting into it or trying to use your authority as a board, that is where that's where those discussions should be in the boardroom. Because maybe there's a legit thing to talk about, but we shouldn't be doing it offline, not in a boardroom. Maybe we say, okay, let's bring this conversation in the boardroom. Let's talk about this at a bigger picture.
Exactly. One of the things that I really liked about what you just said, Chair Kehoe, was recognizing that if an individual board member is the one who's being persistent on a particular topic, they're actually going well beyond what they should be doing as a trustee. Because you act as a collective, you don't act as you're not to act as individuals in terms of directing staff to do certain things. If the majority of the board decides that a particular initiative needs to be taken, takes a vote on a particular matter, that's one thing. Then there's a board authority for that. But you've adopted policies for exactly that reason, because the policies reflect the will of the majority with respect to system operations and board operations. Great. Okay. So now moving on to our second of 4 or 5 duties, I think. So we'll just keep plugging on here so that we get through the whole thing. But I appreciate the interaction because it's really helpful. The duty of prudence has a number of components to it that are important to recognize. One is that you are to be acting prudently as a fiduciary would, who has experience in a similar enterprise. So you're not, although you all come to this as basically lay people, although you may have a day job that gives you some level of additional understanding in a particular area, whether you're in finance or investments, or you might be in HR or IT or whatever it is, you're administering, you're monitoring, you're governing a plan that is exceedingly complicated. You have legal requirements. You have administration of plan requirements, cybersecurity, all these different areas, disability, retirement, medical records. Most of you, if any, are not doctors, and yet you are looking at to determine whether there's competent medical evidence, evidence to support decisions that you are being asked to make. And you are deemed by law to have expertise in those areas. The question that is asked when people are challenged for whether they've complied with their fiduciary responsibilities is whether at the time you made your decision, you used the required level of care. Reasonable consultation with experts is something we're going to talk about a little bit further on in this presentation. That is actually quite important, particularly in certain areas like needing competent medical evidence, medical evidence. But it isn't a substitute for your independent exercise of your trustee's responsibilities. So to Trustee Gray's and Jones's discussion there, yes, on certain of these matters, you still are making decisions if they haven't been delegated, and you've got to exercise the correct level of care. Fiduciary need not be an expert You couldn't possibly be an expert in all the areas as to which you would need to have expertise to administer LACERA on your own. And you may need to consult with an expert, either in-house or outside or both, in order to do your job properly. And that's the point made on the second bullet point here. You have a lot of in-house experts, whether it's in the legal department or operationally, administration, investments, IT. And those are the ones who have the same fiduciary responsibility that you do. Those are the people who've been hired to work full-time. Their full-time job is for LACERA. They shouldn't have any conflicting loyalties, and they should be your first stop, typically. They may want additional expertise from the outside. It may be important to have additional expertise from the outside, but that's a system and staff determination typically. And then trustees, you all develop your own expertise through educational programs like this over time, so that you can provide prudent oversight, because you cannot provide reasonable oversight and monitor the operations of LACERA if you don't understand it in some way, at least at a high level. So how do you do that? You of course, first stop is review of your board materials, and careful review. Do that review in advance of your board meetings, well in advance of your board meetings, so that you can make the call you might need to make to the executive in charge of a particular matter if you have questions about it, or to counsel if there might be a legal issue or a conflict of interest issue that needs to be addressed before you get on that dais. Communicate with staff with your questions about those materials. Participate thoughtfully in board meetings. So you each will, there will be questions that you'll have because you're new to the board, and those are questions that you can have answered before a board meeting, right? Those may not be questions that need to be asked at the board meeting. But the complicated question that does warrant some additional discussion by trustees, where you really want your fellow trustees' input on it, you want staff's input on it at the board meeting, that is appropriate for a board meeting. And that's where you should have those discussions. Because as you all know, the Brown Act prevents you from consulting with a quorum of your fellow committee or board members before the board meeting. That's the whole purpose, to have the deliberation. And then LACERA provides educational opportunities that should be focused on topics within the jurisdiction of the board that you're on, and that are consistent with the trustee education and travel policies. This is kind of a hot ticket item for a number of boards, because travel and education can be expensive, and a lot of times it is provided by the systems themselves. And so that should be your first stop. After that, make sure you're following your education policies, going to the type of training that is really tailored to those who are administering and governing plans that are comparable to LACERA. Governmental plans, defined benefit plans, maybe retiree health, to the extent that that becomes, there's that opportunity, rather than something that is more peripheral. And I'm sure your CEO will have good ideas about what is and is not appropriate. The duty of prudence requires soundness, prudence in both the process that you engage in.
Question from Mr. Moore. I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, hello.
Hello. I had a question about, I don't know, I don't see the page number. Oh yeah, 107 is the page number I have in here. And it's where it says a fiduciary must discharge its duties with the care, skill, prudence, and diligence then prevailing, that a prudent person acting in a like capacity, on and on. So I underlined then prevailing. So how is that interpreted, then prevailing? That then prevailing, and there's some legal definition? Is there some local ordinance, or do you respond to what social norms are, 1937 versus 19? 97 or 2024, perspectives change, people's biases develop, change over time. How do you interpret that particular phrasing?
Great question. And it's stated a little bit less in less of a legalistic way. The one that you quoted from Trustee Moore is from the California Constitution. In the third bullet point, it says, at the time it made its decision. That's what matters.
Okay.
When the board is making its decision is the time at which you assess whether they were complying with their fiduciary responsibility of prudence. However, to your point, fiduciaries aren't off the hook in terms of what they do in the future, simply because a decision that they made at one point in time was prudent. If circumstances change, good fiduciaries need to change with it and modify modify, in this case, LACERA's operations to comport with what is now known to be more prudent. I think a great example of that is in this ever-changing world of information technology that we were just learning about. It's moving at a very fast pace, and there are certain things that we know now, for example, about artificial intelligence, or at least the experts do, that are going to inform your decision-making about what the appropriate AI policy is. Maybe 3 years from now, it's going to be quite different. And you can't just sit on the decision that was made 3 years ago and say that that's necessarily continuously prudent when things change. We're certainly not looking back to what was decided in 1937 when Searle was created to determine what was prudent, but that's not the standard by which you would be judged. You're administering a plan now subject to the standards of today to assess whether you're being prudent. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Okay, so basically now and into the future is the answer.
So we have a little bit more flexibility than some rigid structure that we have to operate in that never changes.
Right. Well, in the sense that it's always changing. It's a facts and circumstances assessment. So it's not easy, but it is based on whatever the reality of the day is and what experts would say about that reality of the day.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. Duty of prudence examples. Good faith is not enough to be prudent. Something has to also be compliant with the duty of prudence. It can't just be that you think you did the right thing. And we'll talk about this later when we talk about governance and ethics. Doing the right thing from the perspective of your moral judgment may coincide with what is prudent. It also may not. So these are two examples. The Board of Retirement is concerned that service credit purchases will be too expensive if interest is applied to the purchase prices as is required by your plan. And thus the BOR adopts a program not to apply required interest to those purchases for a period of time. Probably not consistent with your fiduciary responsibility to administer the plan in accordance with its terms. Certainly for a programmatic approach like that. Similarly, and this is an example I alluded to earlier, a board member sympathetic to an ailing member whom the competent medical evidence demonstrates is not eligible for disability retirement, speaks to staff and or advocates at a board meeting about granting the member a disability retirement because it's the right thing to do. That's not the standard. The standard is not. It's the right thing to do because the person needs the money. The answer is, the question is, does the competent medical evidence support the grant? And if it does not, you're to vote against it. And that's compliant with your fiduciary responsibilities. Oh, I already did this one. Sorry. Okay. What just happened? Did I? Okay. Now I'm on the right one. Yes. Okay. Duty of prudence doesn't require a fiduciary to guarantee specific outcomes, but it does require a prudent process. We talked about that before in terms of having a fair process. And documenting your fiduciary considerations is important. So making sure that when you are talking about a particular matter before the board, what is the language you're using to describe what you're doing and why you're doing it? Is it consistent with your fiduciary responsibilities of prudence and loyalty or not? But note, process is not the end all be all, because you can have all the process in the world and still have a court say, well, you just got it wrong. Substantively, you didn't apply the plan the way it's required to be applied. And that is something that courts will look to. They will assess whether, essentially whether they agree with the way in which you administered the plan under the terms of the plan. And you're not allowed to be arbitrary. If one of your fellow board members is saying this is just an arbitrary decision, well, that's when you stop and you rewind a bit and you make sure you have a full discussion about whether it's arbitrary or not. And if it's not arbitrary, which I hope it would not be, why not? And make sure your record reflects that the majority of the board, at least, views what they're doing to be rational, prudent, informed by the information in front of you, and not arbitrary, and certainly not capricious. So prudence, what does it look like? It looks like following the law and the plan documents that apply to you, which include your own policies and procedures. You have those policies and procedures for a reason. We talked about some of those earlier. And making sure that you're all complying with those. You have all of this training. You have ethics training, you have governance training, you have fiduciary training, you have IT training, you have acknowledgements you got to sign about forms you need to complete. Form 700s you all submit every year. You guys, you have to comply with those rules in order to be operating in a fiduciarily appropriate manner. When you delegate certain of your responsibilities, which of course, as the administrator of a multi-billion-dollar plan, you must, in order to be prudent, you then need systematic and periodic reporting so that you can sufficiently monitor, also as a good fiduciary does. You obtain facts, you ask questions, you get answers to your questions. You document your decision-making through good board meeting materials that come before you, and potentially minutes of board meetings and resolutions that you adopt, findings that you have that support your decision-making. All in the effort of continuous improvement, which I know is a theme of LACERA. How have fiduciaries gotten into trouble? They've gotten into trouble by not doing what the law or your plan documents say, not having a record of what was considered, not having the support for your decisions in that record. And so I've given some additional examples of where systems have gotten into trouble, both in California and elsewhere. Our first hypothetical on the duty of prudence is this one. BOR member Barbara became fascinated with a new document management system, and she asked the CEO to speak with the BOR about the potential use of the system at LACERA. The CEO explained the manner in which LACERA currently uses its in-house document management system that staff developed over a period of years, but agrees to bring the topic to the BOR. The CEO presents to the BOR on the topic, noting the potential benefits as well as the cost of a new document management system, and recommends a phased approach to such a potential purchase with either an RFI or an RFP. What fiduciary considerations should the BOR members take into account with respect to this topic? Documenting procedural process is important. It will be important to answer the questions that I've listed here. So the basis for the CEO's recommendation, benefits and risks, and what are the benefits achieved over the existing in-house system if you go outside, and be able to explain the substantive rationale for the action, because that's important. Any thoughts here on this one? Or shall we move on? We have 6.5 minutes, so I'm going to move on. Fiduciary duty of care includes the duty to defray administrative expenses. This is in the California Constitution, the responsibility to defray reasonable expenses of administering the system. It's also in SERL. This duty doesn't mandate a specific course of action, as I say here, but you need to have a prudent process to determine what expenses are needed in order to perform LACERA's business. So it's always something that you should be keeping in mind and articulating as you're thinking about the different opportunities out there. And the Tibble versus Edison case is a case that went up to the U.S. Supreme Court. It dealt with a defined contribution plan. It's under ERISA, so it's something that we look to just as sort of instructive, but not binding, because it's applicable to private plans, not governmental plans, and yet still important. When any pension decision goes to the U.S. Supreme Court, a fiduciary decision, you pay attention. And one thing that's on the minds of a lot of plans right now, that's in a lot of court proceedings right now, relates to expenses of administration. LACERA and the boards have managed that topic through the development of a variety of policies that are listed here, with which I trust you're all complying. And that's one good way to manage this. And then finally, I don't give more than a slide to this, but we have talked about it before in this presentation in terms of design versus administration. Your final duty that I go through in this presentation for the Board of Administration, I mean, it's for the Board of Retirement, is to act in accordance with your plan document and law. And this case here was the incumbent union president case from the San Diego City retirement system. When a particular benefit is not authorized by the plan, the retirement system may not provide it. And that's it. Prudent delegation is our next topic. We have discussed this at both boards in different levels with different levels of focus, but it is a fiduciary topic of great importance to public plans. It's getting a lot of attention these days as plans are confronted with the question of what they should be doing themselves, and as importantly, what really needs to be delegated to those who know the business of the operation better than the trustees, who are supposed to be policy boards, who are providing the oversight. The questions that are to be asked are whether to delegate a particular topic, if you're to delegate it, how you're going to do so, to whom you're going to do so, and then how you supervise. I've come to the point of thinking that this is a really important aspect of fiduciary risk management, effective delegation, and that the appointment of a fiduciary, so the question before was, what's the difference between fiduciaries who are trustees and fiduciaries who are staff? It's all within what you do. What is your responsibility for the organization? Are you a doer or are you an overseer? And in fact, I've also come to the point where I think you're probably a better overseer if you're not also a doer, because you're better able to have a clear vision about when things should change, because you didn't originally make the decision that now you're trying to defend, or you're trying to it's harder perhaps to move away from something that you were involved in deciding in the first place. Prudent delegation to and consulting with experts requires prudence at all of these different levels. So I talked about them a little bit in the last slide. Selecting the appropriate delegate, monitoring, ensuring that the delegate has adequate information and resources. That's critical. You can't delegate a responsibility to somebody and then not give them full information. Imposing standards of care and loyalty on the delegate. That's important in your contracting. If you're contracting with outside vendors, making sure that those vendors do have these responsibilities, but also recognizing that some of your vendors have others, whether they're investment managers or others whom they're serving. And so that's can be complicated. And then duty to review, including periodic vendor self-evaluations, which you do have, and board evaluations and RFPs to test the market from time to time. Reliance in this context, once you've delegated either in-house or outside, or usually both, if you are including outside, is reasonable if you're choosing the right people on whom to rely and organizations on whom to rely. They have to have appropriate qualifications. They have to have full information that's accurate, and not have conflicting loyalties. Again, pointing to the fact that your expert staff should not have any conflicting loyalties. And that's a real value that you have at LACERA. and that circumstances presented support that you're relying on those to whom you've delegated certain of your responsibilities. And then what happens? And then you have that oversight responsibility so that you can question methods and assumptions that do not make sense. You have that clear view of what's happening. You can look at this is Board of Investments, but we've been talking about that a little bit. You can look at performance, look at the asset allocation, look at the risk factors and assess whether it's appropriate. On the Board of Retirement perspective, you can look at member surveys and determine whether they're truly understanding the information that's being communicated to them about the benefits to which they're entitled. Are they making the decisions that they should be making about retirement at the appropriate times? And perhaps as the one who's monitoring that, you're less in the weeds, more able to provide that perspective. Summarizing the fiduciary framework for LACERA's board. Questions to ask yourselves. Is the purpose of a particular decision to benefit members and beneficiaries with respect to their LACERA benefit security? Has the board adopted sound policies and processes to guide staff so that staff is doing that work in a fiduciarily appropriate and legally compliant way? Is the board providing prudent oversight regarding delegated matters? Is the contemplated decision or action consistent with the terms of the LACERA plan and other applicable law? And does the action fulfill one of the board's governance roles in overseeing the administration of LACERA? Are you acting as a policy board, or are you getting too much into the weeds? I am low on time. Do I have a couple more minutes from whoever is from the chair? A few more minutes?
Yes, we
Finish
do.
up?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, please
All right.
bring us along.
So we have some do's and don'ts here. Do's are on the left, don'ts on the right. Do. The BOR considers how prudent administration of the retirement plan ensures the ability of LACERA to pay the promised retirement benefits. Hopefully I sound like a broken record at this point on that, because that really is our guiding principle here that I want to leave with you all. It's kind of like when I do ethics training, leave with the principle you're not to do stuff for your own self-interest, you're to do it for the members and beneficiaries, or in the case of public responsibilities, the public. Here, this is your do. Your don't is to consider whether the plan administration furthers the county's policy goals. You hear that sometimes. At board meetings, is this what the county wants? Is this what we do in LA County? You got to think about it as LACERA and LACERA's members and beneficiaries in terms of their LACERA benefits. A do. The Board of Retirement assesses whether the policies and actions of LACERA further its obligation to provide accurate information regarding plan benefits to members. Don't. Board of Retirement directs retirement system staff to meet with county leaders and follow their instructions regarding implementation of the plan. Do. Board of Retirement administers retiree health plan in accordance with the terms of the OPEB trust. Don't. Board of Retirement does not charge the county for administration of the retiree health plan, even though tax qualification rules so require. It may be difficult to send that bill to the county, but you have to from a tax compliance perspective. Do. Board of Retirement diligently considers all items properly presented to it that relate to LACERA administration. So that's the diligence that you engage in to prepare for your board meetings, and to consider ones that are within your jurisdiction. A don't. The Board of Retirement exceeds its authority and agendized topics within the sole authority of the Board of Investments. So you have that governance model at LACERA that's driven by Searle, and that requires you to stay in your respective jurisdictions. Do. The BOR interprets and supports programs that enhance plan administration, member service, and effective governance. Don't. This goes to, again, the plan design versus administration and interpretation that we talked about earlier. Board of Retirement develops programs that result in changing in the plan design in a way that's not authorized by Searle and increases the plan sponsor's cost. That's a don't. Do. The Board of Retirement encourages outside parties to use LACERA's established processes for interacting with the organization. That's what we were talking about earlier with the LACERA New Opportunities. Don't BOR members act as a proxy or an agent for others seeking access to LACERA business or promoting non-fiduciary issues or goals. That's the point we were talking about before. Just recognize that you're not to be acting as an agent for another, whether it's that person you like at the conference or that initiative that you think is important for other reasons that are not related to LACERA fiduciary responsibilities. We're getting to the end here. These are the processes that demonstrate fiduciary compliance. So recognize that though courts afford boards broad discretion in decision-making, that exclusive authority or plenary authority that you have under the California Constitution is not absolute. And you have to seek to, as a good fiduciary, seek to avoid abuses of discretion. So these are ways that you can do so. Your record reflects the process that you go through, the prudent process you go through in your decision-making. You are educated, you ask questions, you disclose the reasons for your actions. That disclosure and those reasons reflect that you are acting in the overall best interest of your members and beneficiaries. You have active, independent actuarial oversight. That actually matters for the Board of Retirement as well as the Board of Investments. So you have actuarial equivalents and other actuarial matters that are built into the benefits that you provide at LACERA. Those have to be managed in a way that's consistent with what your actuary is telling you. I work with actuaries all the time on both sides of the administration and investments of plans, and that active independent actuarial oversight is just critical. Legal consultation and compliance with applicable law, compliance with your own code of ethical conduct, and LACERA's other policies and procedures. And with that, we get to the final slide, which is your goal here, which the BOR is to use informed judgment. So inform yourselves. Use your judgment. Act in the overall best interest of your members and beneficiaries, consistent with the law that applies to you when exercising your plenary authority over administration of this plan for LACERA benefits. Your actions can't be arbitrary, they may not be capricious, and they need to be rationally related to the information presented to you. And with that, I open it to any further questions, and I thank you for your time and your participation.
Okay, let's open it up. We'll open up for any general questions that weren't asked along the way. I see none. So let's go ahead and let's see, 35. So let's go with 240 for our break. Go to break from now till 2:40.
Recording stopped.
Trying to.
Okay, I'll ask the trustees to come on back to the horseshoe.
Recording in progress.
It is our final stretch here. And after a excellent discussion on fiduciary food, that's what I'm having fun. Fiduciary training, we're now going to get into ethics and board governance. So we have a panel in front of us, and I believe that Mr. Rice will kick it off.
Good afternoon. Chair Keogh, Chair Jones, trustees, staff. This session will be a discussion with all of the trustees about governance and ethics in performing LACERA's fiduciary duty and mission. Governance and ethics are words they're important words that we use quite often inside and outside the boardroom. But what do they mean? That's what we will discuss today. The goal of this session is to advance our understanding of governance and ethics in a question and answer format based on the results of the survey that was circulated to all the trustees last week and additional follow-up questions. We received 11 responses, which is a great turnout. And the average response time, that data happened to be, even though the responses were anonymous, the system did collect the amount of time spent. 25 minutes is the average response time spent in providing the answers. There's a lot of content in the answers. You provided a lot of fodder for future discussion here the rest of the afternoon. So thank you for the effort in laying the foundation for what we're going to talk about for the next 75 minutes. There's no script for this discussion, so this is a different type of discussion than the ones that we've had earlier today. We're really looking to you, and by you, I will mean the trustees, to generate the content together live here in person today during the next time we're together. The conversation will include input from a panel of LACERA leaders, including Louis Lugo, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Chad Aronde, Information Security Officer, John Grable, Chief Investments Officer, and Ricky Contreras, Administrative Services Division Manager. And the CEO and Fiduciary Council may chime in with comments as well. Our format here is going to build off the responses that you all gave to the questions. It's unscripted, so all the panelists will chime in from time to time, but we really want to shrink the room. This is a very large room. It not really conducive to an intimate conversation, but what we want to have is shrink the room and have an intimate and frank discussion with you about what governance means, what ethics means, and what the concepts that underlie those words mean, so that we can, as the title to the program said, advance our understanding and our practice of ethics and governance here at LACERA from the board, and also to the rest of staff that are involved in governing this organization. The outline of topics includes good governance, ethics, leadership, fiduciary decision-making, strategic outlook, and then we hope to generate some takeaways and next steps so that we're not just one and done, but that there's a continuing dialogue about what these terms mean and how we can continue to advance ethics and governance after today. Two administrative points before we start. First, the goal of the presentation is to have a full discussion on each topic. If we have time to cover all 6 areas, that will be great. But if we spend most of the time talking about just the first few, that's fine as well. In that event, we'll save a few minutes at the end of the day to skip ahead to next steps and then cover any topics we missed at a future board meeting. Again, it's important that we take the time to really dig in. So we're not going to be driving to get through every single one of these slides in the next, 70 minutes that are left. We want to really get through good governance, ethics, hopefully get into leadership and maybe some of the others, but we'll follow the discussion wherever it leads. Second, if any of the trustees have not already responded to the survey questions, but still want to participate. Instead of using the QR code, just raise your hand if you want to break anonymity. Everybody else was anonymous, but raise your hand when we get to each question, or turn on your light and you can provide your answer orally. I think that's the most effective way because we don't have access to the QR codes on this particular survey at this point in time. So before we go to the first slide, which asked you all to define the meaning of good governance at LACERA, it would be helpful to step back and define our terms. What is governance? Not characterizing it as good or otherwise, but what does governance mean? What are we talking about? And let's just open up the dialogue here now. What to all of you does governance mean? What does it mean to govern LACERA? Any thoughts?
Perhaps the decision-making rules that we have in place for how we make decisions and the process whereby we make decisions to achieve a good governance result.
Okay, underlying that response is there's a process by which we want to make decisions, the decision-making rules. Other thoughts?
Check and balance.
Checks and balances. You?
Transparency. But your question was, what is good governance?
The question we're talking about now is just what's governance. We'll get to the adjectives that modify governance in a minute. Right now, we're just talking about what does it mean to be responsible for governance at LACERA. And the panelists can chime in on this too. One thought is that, and there's a couple of potential definitions for discussion. One is the act or process of overseeing LACERA. Another that's maybe more fulsome, the way LACERA is led at the highest level and the beliefs, systems, and processes for doing this. Does that resonate? Any comments, further comments? What we're trying to get at is what you all do. The highest governing bodies in LACERA are the two boards.
Isn't it our job to establish policy?
Establish policy. Those are the process, notion of process.
Yeah, provide leadership and direction and decision-making based on the mission and goals stated.
Facilitate and manage.
Facilitating management.
I think resolving the conflicts and resolving the conflicts to come to a decision.
Great, a lot of good thoughts there.
Google said, the operative word, I think, in this whole definition under Google and the different ones is it's a system that provides for the organization of the administration of whatever.
As Ashley just told us, Google is not a fiduciary.
However.
All right. Well, I think we have a baseline. Those were all great comments. So we asked you two questions about governance. The first is state 3 words that should define good governance at LACERA, and the second is who good governance is a responsibility of. We'll talk about the first question first. There were 25 different words that you all used to define good governance. The top 5 were the ones that are listed on the screen here: honesty, ethics and integrity being the top vote getter, transparency being second, accountability, and then focus on members and members' best interest. No other set of words got more than a vote. So just stopping with the first five, and I'll display the rest of them in a minute. But what does it mean to govern with honesty, good ethics, and integrity? What were those of you who used those words trying to get at in terms of good governance?
It's kind of like pornography. You know it when you'll see it.
Not being deceptive in the way you interact with your fellow board members, with staff. Using a gambling term, I guess, you lay your cards on the table face up so people know exactly where you're coming from. And no double dealing. We'll throw the card game in there too.
I'm just going to address integrity. I mean, being able to, have the integrity, meaning you're not afraid to do the right thing. You're not, if I always say like the front page of the LA Times, if I'm going to do this, would I put it on the front page of the LA Times? And having that kind of integrity is important. I just think these words are like self-explanatory. Maybe I'm not getting it, but
Let's do the right thing is a phrase that a lot of trustees use in their responses. Let's put a pin in that and we'll spend some time on ethics talking about that, because that's a really important concept that we need to drill down a little because it was used a lot.
Steve?
Yes, go ahead.
One thing, just in looking at what the top 5 answers are, if the Google engine told Trustee Gray that governance is that system, that framework, these are the ideals of how potentially what that good governance is, the ideals by which you create or construct that system.
And if I may to further expand on that, and I'll be remiss not to touch on the fact that 3 of those adjectives represent our values. So in terms of governance is adhering to the values set forth by the organization and understanding those and living and modeling those.
Also for ethics, it's not just what we think is good ethics, but there's actually a set of parameters on what is ethical and what is non-ethical based on CERL and also in our own mission statement and goals. So it's not just an arbitrary ethics, it's also some set standards. And then to also add what you asked about those 3 words, it's basically not self-dealing, self-interest, self-gain, trying to be, and I think it's very interrelated with transparency and accountability, the top 3 words, because you have to be, as the other trustee said, be completely transparent, showing what you're trying to do for the best interest of the members, as well as following ethics guidelines and trying to hit our mission.
Look, why don't we go on to
Can I just add something?
Yeah, please.
So one of the things that or one of the talks that we have with all new staff that come on board, especially in the training portion, is that we have a discussion about the difference between customer service and public service. And it plays a lot into the good governance in terms of how you make decisions. So what we tell them is that customer service is a private sector concept where the customer is always king, customer is always right, and you do what you need to do in order to make sure that you provide the service that they want or the product that they want. Public service is different. That we have to be able to withstand being able to tell our members no, because they don't fall within the guidelines or the standards or the principles that we've set at LACERA. And that is a difficult concept for a lot of individuals to get. And so I think that good governance means I'm talking from the staff's perspective, and I think it does bleed into what you all do as trustees, is that we have a set of standards, a set of rules that we have to apply uniformly to all of our members so that we arrive at a decision that we all feel comfortable with. It doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to make the member feel good about it, right? So sometimes good governance means you have to break the bad news to some individuals. And so that's a difficult thing to do, especially when the mission of the organization is really about member service. And when you're on the phone and you're talking about healthcare, you're talking about their pension, about how we're calculating things, it's a difficult message to relay. And I think that's one of the dynamics or duality that we have on a daily basis in terms of making decisions. That's why it's important for us to look to you all for guidance to provide us with the policies that we need in order to make those decisions within the parameters that you have set within the law and within the protocols that we've established and the policies that we've established. And so for us, good governance is delivering bad news sometimes. But by the same token, making sure that we provide good decisions and a good service to our members. So hopefully that helps.
I also think good governance is about a certain mindset that you start with, that you're here to serve. So while you're making the rules and the policies, why you're here matters, right? Every decision you make as a governing body and that we make as staff impacts someone's life. The rules that we put in place to protect the interests of those members and their beneficiaries are paramount. And one of the things that I underlined in my notes, which I thought really resonates again with our values in terms of integrity, it's we earn trust. That is the primary thing that we do. When we're building relationships, when we're sharing that information that sometimes is difficult to deliver, I want the member to be able to trust me in knowing that I've done what's in their best interest. And even though I have to deliver that message to them, that maybe they don't want to hear, that they're not entitled to a benefit, that I'm doing it still from a place of following the rules, but here's what they can expect for them moving forward. And that they were well informed of any decisions that they can make moving forward. For their lives, because it makes a difference to them. But it starts with that mindset that we're here to serve, and any system that flows from that then sets the parameters. And as a staff member, as a leader in the organization, and as a manager, I look to the governing body to really set those standards in a way that I can execute at the highest levels in serving our membership, and wanting to look to you as the leaders of the organization as well, overall as an oversight, as a governing body, to take that lead. So I appreciate the values that we have in place, because it helps me hold myself accountable, hold our teams accountable, and we're able to hold each other accountable, especially as a board. You can hold each other accountable as well. These things are something that we can live out day to day. And I do believe it starts from that mindset.
Yeah, I think especially in terms of accountability, right? What are those governing mechanisms in terms of accountability? Where are we really coming to a decision that's really unbiased? What are our biases? Recognizing our own biases and understanding those biases and saying, okay, am I making this decision based upon a bias, or how can I remove that bias off? And making sure that those biases are accounted for, and you making it, or anybody making a concerted effort to remove that bias out, so that that decision that you arrive at is an unbiased decision.
What are the processes that the board has for achieving the good governance goal that's on this slide and that Ricky and Chat just talked about, of having accountability?
Mr. Moore had his hand up. I don't know if he put it down.
Through the chair, Mr. Moore.
Yeah, I was going to comment on what Ricky said about trust. When I was going through this earlier, that was one word that I thought was preeminent because governance and outcome of the systems that you create to govern only works if the people that you're setting the rules for and managing programs for trust you. And all these other attributes like honesty, being ethical, having integrity, being transparent and accountable are all attributes associated with someone that you trust. And so that is a very important word in my mind is trust both ways. The people trust that you're going to make good decisions, and you trust that the people will follow, adhere to, and believe the systems you put in place are going to be efficacious and the results are going to be what they expect. That's my comment.
There's no coincidence that trustee has the word trust in it.
Thoughts about accountability? What process do we have now at the board level to ensure there's accountability for achieving good governance as it's been defined here? Do we need new processes for accountability?
I mean, at least as I understand it, Mr. Bendel and his fine team, based on what the trustees have voted on as kind of a governance policy framework, then the accountability ultimately comes into the compliance reviews that the audit does to make sure that whatever those processes are being handled faithfully, and if there's a gap, that it's being remediated. That's the way I've kind of come to understand how the board is informed about whether or not what we've approved is being carried out at the implementation level.
Certainly, internal audit is responsible for providing input on the adequacy of the organization's internal controls. What if there's an issue at the board level? How does the board enforce accountability amongst itself?
Well, I think that's through the chair and through the CEO, through fiduciary counsel, through chief counsel. So depending upon the situation, sometimes it's just an educational component where it's a conversation amongst those who have been on the board for a while, providing feedback and thoughts. And then sometimes if it's a bigger issue, obviously we need to have those discussions with higher levels. So and we have plenty of policies in place to make sure that that we're in line with that and following those rules.
Maybe I'll put the rest of the 25 responses up now. And you all have now used most of those words just in the process of discussing the first four. Which brings up a point as to whether we can group these various ideas into a set of governance beliefs. A lot of these terms could have been grouped together. What we did was rank them by just the same terms being used. But when you look at the list, there are other words on that list that could be potentially lumped together. Is there any grouping of maybe 5, 6, 7 beliefs as to good governance that can be gleaned from this list? I
mean, a good question to ask would be, is there anything that can be excluded from good governance? And I think the answer is no. I don't really see anything on there that is something to be excluded. I mean, it's all in the direction of good governance. So it's just really how you quantify it and build it up.
A couple thoughts, Steve, are just looking at all those words. They could be subdivided into ideals, execution, and outcomes potentially, just in terms of different aspects of governance.
Another categorization could be standards of conduct, transparency, work in the boardroom, member service, duty of loyalty, leadership, duty of prudence. And then there are aspirational words in there, such as best in class, others. And then finally, accountability. That would be seven, a way of categorizing, breaking all those terms down into 7 categories. And I think what these questions are intended to get to is we don't have at LACERA defined governance beliefs as such. Would it be helpful to the board and would it be helpful to the organization to have a set of defined investment beliefs? Excuse me, defined governance beliefs. The Board of Investments does have defined beliefs. Would it be helpful to have a set of defined governance beliefs?
Yes, I agree to that. That goes to what you asked about earlier about accountability. Obviously, we have to be self-accountable, but I think accountability is also measured, or it can be measured. And in that hypothetical scenario where you gave, where if a fellow trustee is needs to be held accountable, hopefully there are a set of protocols or procedures in place that would allow the entire board to address that issue, because consistency is really important. And for an organization of our size, we shouldn't be shooting by the hip, but have actual procedures and protocols outlined for whatever scenarios that may occur, not just for the board, but for staff and for any occurrence that might happen. So I think, to your question of having set governance procedures, yes to all of the above and all the subdivisions of it too.
Any other reaction to the idea of creating a list of governance beliefs? Would be a point of reference, a standard of conduct, communication.
Yes, for reaction, I think that's a great idea. I like that. Maybe we can consider hiring consultant and using in-house talents. We have a governance group in the investment team, right? They have knowledge there, and engage both boards and develop such a governance standards.
I agree as well. But as Trustee Rue said, I mean, it's going to take more than just one definition, because I think what's going to come out of that is more. We're going to need more, and especially in the accountability area. I would think that it would be a bigger job than just defining governance.
Yeah, beliefs could define the areas in which good processes need to exist.
And I think as we look at the future and we see that we're going to be moving towards the chief ethics and compliance officer, maybe these are things that we have with a discussion with that new individual who could come in, have that, look at the whole organization, look at good governance standards, and help define our existing policies. Because we have tons and tons of policies that tell us what to do and how to do it and what our goals and responsibility. We have tons of fiduciary training. We had all of that. At the end of the day, there's human nature and there's people that aren't going to read it and things. I think keeping it simple and to the point, and maybe tying in all of those policies and procedures, all those basic stuff into a clear and concise guiding document is something that we should definitely look at doing. But I would I would say when we're in the process of bringing in a whole new level of, ethics and compliance, maybe we have that conversation at that point. So maybe we set it up to have those conversations.
Appreciate that. A lot of the work we've been doing has been foundational to an ethics and compliance program. And this discussion certainly could be viewed in that light.
One question I do have for the trustees, and I think about governance and good governance, we think about governance structure and the Board of Retirement's governance structure as it relates to our Operations Oversight Committee, our current BOR, as well as our Joint Organizational Governance Committee, and just feedback and thoughts. And it's a good opportunity to just, talk about how that helps inform your ability to carry out your duties as trustees. This is a good opportunity to just highlight that, and just love to hear your thoughts around the various committees that we have, and how it again helps you execute your fiduciary duty as well as just your duties as trustees and overseeing the Board of Retirement.
Interesting question. I just leaned over when Trustee or Chair Keogh and I were being third graders, and during Ashley's conversation, kind of chatting at the point through there. But I had leaned over just to ask him. I said, "Listen, I hadn't thought about it a little bit, but you've been on both boards, and are we operating, effectively as a group, And to me, it's always about kind of benchmarks a little bit, and just understanding that." It's okay to maintain a level of independence if that's optimal. And then, like I said, you come together when you need be. If there's a situation that arises where we need to then collaborate more consistently, then obviously that's what you look for in the leadership roles that you have. That's through there. I think my only, kind of intuitive kind of listening a little bit is, and this is kind of a question as well to you all and maybe to the other trustees, is in coming up with the framework, I don't think we want to take the human flexibility of leadership to be able to address and move by having everything. There were 10 commandments, but then, the Sadducees added 611 other rules for hand washing and how many steps you could take on the Sabbath. And you know what I mean? Like there's a tension that's there. So that's one response. And then I think what would also be helpful for me, having walked through this, is from a comparative basis, at least as chairman of BOI, I always think in terms of gap analysis. And that is, okay, well, we're $75 billion. We've made the move to delegated authority. That is, even though we might be considered late in doing so, we know that that's representative of similar forms that size. If we're moving to 100 billion, all right, then what's the gap between the governance structure of $100 billion assets under management versus otherwise? I'm not sure what is it exactly we're trying to address, right? Like what's the gap? What's the shortcoming? And then trying to determine what governance thing should then govern that, right? So I think there's a little bit of, I get the exercise that we're in, but I think we're also, part of the tension is trying not to over-engineer something that then just makes it kind of problematic for, good meeting leadership to be able to work out and come up with solutions, because there's all these other kind of strictures in place. So that's just one touch point.
Yeah, that's a great comment. We don't want beliefs to be too rigid, but beliefs can be adapted. But the beliefs wouldn't be rules; they're just principles, and hopefully they would be durable principles that are well thought out. Durable principles. Sure, they can be changed as the investment beliefs have changed, but they would set a foundation that would be built upon in the future. So there'd be some tethering starting now and with modifications as needed going forward.
And we don't need to reinvent the wheel either. The National Association of Corporate Directors is all about governance amongst boards and large boards, small boards, corporate boards, our board. So we could definitely look at those type of organizations, professional groups out there that have those in place, and look at how that's currently being used and where we're at. I'm in 100% agreement. It's a guiding document. That's why I use that word. It's a guiding document. And we got to be very careful about making it so overly restrictive that everybody's throwing the yellow flag at the dais and we can't get everything done because everybody's accusing everybody of, doing something or talking too long or whatever the case is. So, I do think it's good. It's good direction and good conversation to have. And we ultimately need to go there. But I definitely think it's something that we think out, we look at all of our professional groups, and we set a good standard in-house. And I really think that we should be doing that in conjunction with our ethics and compliance officer that we're going towards.
Yeah, good, great comments. Appreciate that. Well, I'd like to throw one question to Ashley, which is that when you look at the terms that are on this slide, one way to look at them is there are words that relate to process, and then there are others that relate to how the board oversees or interacts with others. And I'm just wondering if Ashley has some ideas about approach to thinking about governance and ideas for maybe a general framework.
Are you prompting me for the smart, healthy discussion?
I am.
Okay. All right. And I do want to come back because I have a comment related to the last discussion, but I'll first respond to Steve. There's been a lot of discussion at some of the conferences of late about governance and one model that has been discussed. I moderated a panel recently, a few weeks ago, on it, had to do with organizational success and using a framework of the traditional factors that are looked to for judging organizational success, described as SMART factors. So strategic, marketing, finance, technology, those sort of factors. And as another model, looking at the health of an organization as the primary indicia of how successful the organization will be, and those being characterized as sort of the culture of the organization, relationships, emotional intelligence, and job satisfaction. And the person who authored this framework talked about the healthy factors as being the single most determinative factor of success of an organization. And I think from a governance perspective, it's also useful to think about how governing bodies interact with one another, with trust being the fundamental to Trustee Moore's comment, trust being the base, and then building from there with emotional intelligence and relationships that allow people to operate effectively with one another in governing the organization as being sort of mission critical. And that might be a useful way to think about this. The other comment I wanted to make was I love the CEO's comment about dualities of words and what different words mean. You used it as customer service versus public service, and then also articulated member service. I think this idea of transparency is another one where you need to be transparent in certain areas, and you absolutely cannot be transparent in other areas, whether it's member confidentiality, board member conduct concerns that you're trying to sort of nip in the bud through education. Other contexts where transparency is not your friend as an organization. And I think those sorts of nuances that are LACERA, fiduciary, public agencies specific really need to be built into your governance beliefs in a sort of thoughtful way, which means that these in-house experts that you have been thinking about it, I think they really are the best people to help you through this process of developing your governance beliefs. I know there was a reference to an outside consultant. Consultants can be fine, we're consultants, but I really think you have
the best here of people to help you through this process, because you have a lot of great policies already that articulate the rules, but you don't necessarily, in the way that you have investment beliefs, you don't have governance beliefs. That can be the thing that you hand to new trustees and say, this is who we are. And this is how we operate from a smart and healthy perspective. So taking it back to that. So I hope that's helpful, Steve, in terms of responding to your question, but also responding to a couple of comments people made earlier.
Yes, great. I don't want to overstay our welcome on this slide. Any other comments on the elements of good governance?
Could you repeat the healthy organization attributes or culture, relationships, emotional intelligence, and what else?
Job satisfaction.
Job satisfaction. Okay, thanks.
Certainly.
Mr. Me?
Yes, I was thinking about accountability. That's a very hard question, for how do we make our boards accountable, right? With the highest level of leadership in the organization, how do we make ourselves accountable, effective boards? There's nobody that we report to that write our performance evaluation. So I'm thinking, I remember in last offsite or BOI meeting, if I remember correctly, did we have some self-assessment and also other party assess the board, how effective we were in that meeting? So maybe that's a way that we can do both boards, consider doing self-assessment, and then hear feedback from other different parties as well to assess us, how effective we are each board. That's a way to make us accountable or improve or find the gap to work on.
All right. Well, if there aren't any other comments.
I was going to ask a question are there past policies that would be relevant to that can complement this conversation? I keep remembering one of the first conversations I had with Mr. Kryman. One of my reactions was, wow, LACERA has a lot of policies. My gut says has this board discussed this before? Are there policies that would be relevant to this conversation?
So I think what we're talking about now is above the level of policies. We're talking about beliefs that would be an overarching guide for how the trustees do their business and would be a point of reference for leaders and staff in the organization as to how they do their jobs. And that type of document we don't have in that format. We do have values that were recently approved by the board, which are the values that Lewis talked about at the very beginning of the day. I act, innovation, integrity, inclusivity, accountability, collaboration, and transparency. That's relevant to this discussion, as Lewis pointed out there on this slide. We also have a code of ethical conduct, but again, that's a 30-page document. It's really not really a set of beliefs. It's a set of more of, I would say, of rules. There is some standard setting in there. So this type of document that we're discussing is not something that we have now. We also have a board charter, but it doesn't really get into this either. It's more mechanical. The beliefs could go into a completely rewritten board charter conceivably, or they could be standalone.
Thank you.
Yeah, but aren't your policies the visible part of your governance? I mean, your policies tell the whole world that you are, in fact, ethical and honest and forthright in what you do. And so the policies really do speak to your ability to govern. If you don't have policies, you're not governing in an effective manner. So I really think your policies, they speak to that, and people can look at your sheaf of policies and go, wow, this organization does have a lot of policies. Why is that? Because they're really paying attention. They're not leaving anything to chance. So I just think, yeah, policy is what it's all about. All these things go into policy. You have to have all these things to establish good, sound policy, but it's the policy at the end of the day that drives the organization and keeps the train on the tracks.
And Steve, if I understand your question correctly, and I don't know that I voted on the beliefs separate from their application from us as a board. So what are you suggesting, that there should be some set of different beliefs for the board in a part of what we kind of approved at the management and staff level?
I'm not really seeing, I'm just throwing it out as a question.
Well, I just want to make sure I understood your question, because I don't think I viewed it that way before until you kind of said what you said, kind of in response initially to over there. So I just always assumed that once we, as a board, had kind of agreed to this framework, we were implicitly saying that applies to us too, right? Like there's an alignment from board all the way down to staff. I just wasn't sure if you were drawing or suggesting a distinction, that there's a different set of values that apply to the board under the framework of good governance, separate and apart from what management and the rest of the organization would have through their IAC.
Now, I think the question for future discussion is whether there is a separate set of governance beliefs beyond just the values that would be additive, and that's the subject for the continued discussion that Chair Kehoe was referencing.
So I think that in terms of the values, I think it applies to everyone, including trustees. Was at least my expectation, our expectation. I think that you can draw a difference in terms of you have the values, and then we also spent a lot of time developing what we call guiding principles. And the guiding principles are very specific to staff in terms of what their conduct is going to be, what the values mean, what sort of decisions you're allowed to make. And it gives specific examples.
Separate from this, you say?
Yes, well, it's all related.
Okay, right, should be, yeah.
Right. And so the guiding principles are I don't want to say an offshoot, but they're built off of the values that we've identified, but they're very specific in terms of the conduct and the behavior that we're expecting from our staff. And so I believe what we're saying is that we see that there may be a gap in terms of the governance and how you all interact with each other and how you all interact with us as staff, for example. And so there should be some guiding principles that you all should look at and practice in terms of, your ongoing responsibilities as fiduciaries, holding each other accountable, holding staff accountable, and so on and so forth. I think that's what we're discussing here in terms of, so they may be different because you're in a different role. You have an oversight responsibility to staff, but you do have the policy development that we look to you all in order for us to execute on the mission and the strategic plan and the direction that you all have approved. So I think, what's that?
There may be similarities too.
Yes.
I mean, I wouldn't say that all the guiding principles are exclusionary to trustees. There may be guiding principles in there that the trustees might adopt with guiding principles that they come up with, because, a lot of it is about how we interact with each other, treat each other, those types of things, which, that applies upwards, downwards, and across. And so I would say that, there may be something there that they could build off of or add to or something like that. I wouldn't say they're exclusionary.
Or maybe it potentially elevates governance to good governance, but it's a layer on top of it.
Say that again? I'm sorry, John, I missed that. You said it does what?
It elevates potentially governance, which is that framework, to good governance, to the extent we have some ideals, some principles on top of that about how we govern. We're going to govern transparently with accountability. So I think that potentially the goal is to elevate just a governance framework and to do it in maybe better than good, to do it continuously good or gooder. That's not a word, but to do that and to then combine it with ethics. as opposed to it just being a level of minimum requirements. Policies may just be the minimum standards, the minimum requirements. We're trying to continuously build on top of that.
And even the policies will be built upon those principles. So that's the foundation. Others, just having a policy without that is of no meaning a lot of times.
But I like what you just said also about the policy, that's your floor.
Yes.
You can always go above that, but the policy does establish a floor, and the floor should be good governance.
Yes.
Okay, well, thanks for this discussion. We'll go on to the final question on good governance, which was, who is good governance the responsibility of? And all 11 of you who responded felt that it was a shared responsibility between both boards and staff. I think there are some questions embedded here about how that shared responsibility is defined, where the lines are between the governance responsibility of staff and the governance responsibility of the board, what the board is looking for from staff to assist in your good governance, and what staff would like to get from the board to help them in performing their governance responsibilities. So that's a bundle of questions that can be discussed here, but maybe we defer, unless somebody wants to chime in on that, maybe we hold that for the next discussion.
Well, I mean, we might as well since we're here. So what it feels like as I'm listening to it here, this seems, and God knows I love my wife, Michelle, but this kind of feels like trying to bring up an issue, but not like just being explicit about the issue. So let me just say about like, as a board member from the staff perspective, and, don't save our feelings, but like, is there something about how we're currently conducting ourselves that's of concern to you all? Like I said, I don't have a benchmark, right? Like I don't know, if I'm running a 4-minute mile, I don't know if I'm running a 3-minute mile. You know what I mean? Like, so it kind of feels like we're dancing around an issue, and I don't know, like just shoot straight. If it's like, hey, we're concerned because of blankety blank, then it seems to me that's, let's just say it and talk about it. Then I'm just doesn't seem like we're kind of getting to it by kind of like talking above it and around it and beliefs and kind of things like that. I'm like, yeah, that's kind of hard to argue with. I mean, nobody's kind of arguing against that. What's the meat of it?
So I'll wade into this. So I believe that we, as from a staff level, have identified a gap in terms of we want to make sure that you all have the tools that you need and the direction and the guidance that you all need in order to elevate our governance structure. 4.5 years ago, when I got here, we wouldn't have been able to have this conversation. Okay. And so I think that now, in terms of our ability to have a frank discussion about these things, in terms of governance, in terms of decision-making, in terms of what your expectation is of us, and staff also has an expectation of our trustees as well, because we view you as the individuals that set the standard for us, right? That we want to make sure that we're able to have a higher standard, that we meet your expectations. And I think that that's what this conversation is about in terms of improving our governance structure. The structure, as well as the decision-making that you all are making. Right.
So it would seem to me what would be more interesting, maybe get the margarita machines going while we're doing it, is to poll the staff. I mean, frankly, as a board, I don't want to see what my other fellow board members think as much as if there's some staff concern. I'm just curious. Like I said, I think I started out by saying, what's the gap that we have?
So in terms of staff, let me just say that the executive team have been very focused over the last 4.5 years about changing the work culture of the organization.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I recall
And,
the
and us
stories of lore.
trying to make sure that we have a strategic direction from you all, that we're following the plan that you all have approved so that we can execute on that plan, because ultimately the vision that you all have is what we're trying to implement. So with that being said, there are certain things that we're going to need from you all in terms of communication, making sure that some of the battles that I had early on was, I thought I was being micromanaged a little bit too much. That has pretty much dissipated. You all have done a very good job of making sure that John and I don't want to speak for John. I don't want to get him, but I will. That you allow us to make the business recommendations to you all that you need to make or that you need to decide on. And so in terms of the communication between John and myself, and I don't want to speak for John again, but for me, there's been a really good dialogue with the board members in terms of my interactions with you all, and your understanding that, you all are the policy folks, and then let us go ahead and try to make the day-to-day operational decisions for the benefit of our members. So in terms of governance, it's really important for us to understand where you all are coming from in terms of how you are making decisions and what sort of principles you are following. And so we've identified a gap. And so that's the purpose of this particular discussion, to try to find a common ground, to try to understand where your head is. There's a lot of folks that have been here for a long time, and then we have a lot of new trustees as well. And so the dynamics have changed. And so we believe at this point in time, because, there's how many new Board of Retirement folks? 4? 3, 4? Mm-hmm. And then the Board of Investments, there's 7? Brand new, pretty much brand new. And so it's important for us to have a common ground, a common discussion about governance, because at least I don't really understand what you think governance really means, right? And it'll help us from a staff perspective to understand that, so that we could add value to your discussions, for example, and not just provide you with the information that we think you need, right?
Jumping into this conversation, I think all of us up here can assure the trustees that this presentation was not a way of directly presenting a list of grievances or receiving a list of grievances. Yeah. We've already established, and I think everyone agrees, that governance is about system and process. So there's a genuine desire on the part of staff, and I think I'm sure there's a genuine desire on the part of the board to just have open communication about how we can support each other. And that's as far as it goes right now, is that if there is a desire to have a conversation, which probably would be helpful for both, because the first question is, how can we support you? You're the ultimate authority. Is staff doing an adequate job of delivering information to you, of framing issues? Do we have the right balance of strategic discussions versus operational discussions? How can we support you? And this is a genuine question coming from staff to the board. On the other hand, the board might wonder, well, how can we support you, staff? Are there things we can provide? And again, there's in all this paper here, there's no list of an answer to that question. There's no list of issues. But if we can agree that this is something that we should talk about, and it would improve the performance of the boards, because you're getting more of the support that you want from staff, and we've had an explicit discussion about it. And likewise, on staff side, staff will feel that anything that we're not getting, and there's no list here of that, but anything that we're not getting, if we have a forum to discuss that with the board, then that's just good communication, and communication is probably 90% of all the problems in the world. So we're just putting the issue.
No, and I didn't take it as being subversive or anything of that nature. I mean, I think a couple points. It's funny to say as a senior member, at least on the BOI after 4 years, is a couple things. One is I view everything that we do from a board perspective, and you hear me say it all the time, best in class, right? That's one of the earliest monikers I picked up when I first came on. If that's the standard, then we should all be willing to look at ourselves and look at our processes, not at any personal thing. It's just like, hey, what's the best in class? What's the gap? And then what level of investment, what level of education, whatever that we need to get there. I think secondly, in fairness to the new board members too, I don't know that even an explicit governance written out set of rules will ameliorate the newness when you come on. So much of what you learn in terms of normative behavior and tone and everything else is a function of observation and being a part of it, right? Like I had the benefit of coming on, I could watch and I could see what the norms were. I could ask questions behind the scenes. I don't know if you'd even wrote out a bunch of policy things there would have mattered as much as just seeing what was going on and figuring out, well, what's the right way to get there? So doesn't mean we don't do the policy part, but I think, again, I'm just concerned that in the rightful posture that the staff may have about newness and what may appear to be helter-skelter, so many new people now trying to get acclimated to different ways of being, I don't think that still manages to erase just being new, right? And then as being new, that means that there's just going to be some unevenness in the way individual members operate as they get acclimated, right? So I just think that's the human part of leadership and what I was trying to address before, that yeah, we can have some rules and directional, but you're also trying to leave room for otherwise smart, capable people who've been appointed or elected to kind of do their job and figure out where the relationships are and what the history is. And, oh, by the way, the reason we're doing this today is because there was already a past battle or conversation that went on before. And so the reason why we're at, that's just how you, again, I'm kind of speaking for me, don't let me necessarily interject, but like, I just think that's fair. That's why I felt even as a burden of a new chairman, it's like, it's kind of like my job to kind of control my fellow board people, even though I have some, it's kind of like, they kind of gotta bump, and walk into things and kind of learn things just a little bit until their experience, right, kind of takes over, and then you achieve kind of normalcy again. So that, I know there's a little bit of a tension there, right? Like, I get the sensitivity that what it looks like, on this side by staff, when you see so many new people and you had the benefit of a very senior Herman and Joe Kelly and all these other people, and there was a rhythm, then all of a sudden they're gone, and they're like, oh my goodness, there's a whole new rhythm, but there's a whole new thing of interaction, and you feel like we lost something and that you're trying to get it back. I just think there's just an element of allowing a certain amount of like space for people of goodwill and people who are understanding their fiduciary role and everything else to kind of settle in to what the new rhythm is. So that, I would just kind of say that as my point there. And again, I don't take what you guys are saying. I'd rather have the straight, and I realize there's some factionalization before. I'd rather I'm hoping that we have enough trust that you guys have worked hard enough over the arc of this time to where you can just say, hey, if I kind of feel like so-and-so, or so, you kind of let us know. And then I think there's enough kind of comity between who we are thus far that we can kind of talk about it and kind of get to it. So hopefully what I said doesn't sound like I was suggesting that you guys were doing anything, but just trying to, create an environment for us to have this conversation.
I have a comment or question or just, okay. So tell me if I'm off base here about where we're going. If we identified 4, 5, 6 good governance principles that we want to make sure that we're adhering to, or that guides some of our actions. And we look at how we're implementing policy, practices, and procedures that reflect those good governance principles. That would be somewhat of an objective of this conversation. So for example, transparency. We say we're a transparent organization. And that's one of our governing principles, is that we're going to be transparent and accountable for what we do. And the way that we actualize or implement that principle is through, say, the production of our comprehensive annual report. Other types of information that we promulgate in the CFO's report. I mean, the CEO's report. But is that kind of the framework that we're trying to accomplish in this exercise?
I believe that's the direction that we're hearing in terms of trying to identify those broader principles that will assist, not only the trustees, but ourselves in managing and directing this organization.
So if we went back to that list of attributes that we looked at and take that list of 22 things and call them down to maybe 6 governance principles, and then take those and look at how we implement our system and our programs to reflect those principles of good governance, see where there are any gaps or where we don't think we're moving those principles forward as effectively as we can. Is that something that we could take some steps towards?
Yeah, I believe that is one way to address the outcome of this discussion. We can do that.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to figure out how to move forward with something. So that's my input.
Thank you.
I'll just okay, how about now? Okay, perfect. Figuring this out. I think that what you may be getting from some of us here in the trustees seat is this is a good conversation, but where are we going? So I think having that is the purpose to do all of this, to develop this. Is that what we're formulating? And then are we going to put together a new governance policy, et cetera, et cetera? If that's what we're doing, that's where we're going, then put that out there, and then we know what we're talking about and what direction we're heading to. But I mean, these are good topics to talk about, but that's where I'm kind of getting at. And once again, I understand that it's top of the mind right now because we're moving towards the chief, compliance and ethics officer. But once again, I do think we might be getting the cart before the horse kind of thing. I think it would be a good conversation. So I think this is a good topic to have, and it's good to have it in mind, especially after having fiduciary training. But frankly, I think it's a conversation that's going to need a very specific meeting on, facilitated, and with our new chief ethics and compliance officer when we get to that point. So that's what I'll say from my standpoint, is that I would like to focus more in the direction of where we're going, what we're actually going to do, develop a document, whatever the case is, and all of that. And then we got to do that within the framework of best practices and all those things that we talked about.
Good. Well, with our 6 minutes left, maybe we go ahead to the last slide in the spirit of what you're saying, Chair Kehoe. So there were only 6 responses to this, but we can maybe get some concrete takeaways from the board from this, and the takeaway could be to set another meeting to continue the discussion on the 5 topics we didn't get to. It could include coming up with a discussion draft as a foundational of beliefs, as a foundational activity even before the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer arrives on the scene. It could include other steps, and some of these things are on this list here. So it would be great to get some feedback, some sense of direction, whether we just want to hold off on this until the CECO gets here, or whether there's some foundational steps. I will say in that regard that the advice we've received from our ethics and compliance consultant and other experts that we've consulted with in connection with the ethics and compliance program is that it's constructive to do some foundational work before the CECO arrives, with the understanding that, of course, once the CECO arrives, they have a status quo to work with, and then they can move ahead with that. But in these last 4 minutes, it would be appreciated to receive some sense of direction from the trustees.
So speaking for myself only, of course, I think we've done a lot of conversation on this, and I think we're going in the right direction. And I think we're at the point where we do have a lot of foundational information out there with nothing concrete. And I think we should leave it at that, so that when our new Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer comes on the scene, that we can now fine tune the clay and have a complete final document. There needs to be a lot more conversations, of course, and we need to analyze and see, are we missing something, or, because I'm not sure. Personally, I mean, I know we have a ton of material out there. Are we missing something? Do we need a guiding document? Do we need to eliminate some of the stuff and combine it all to a simple thing? We've had a number of exercises over the 14 years I've been on the board where we have done that, and we've tightened up a lot of the documents. But I think we're at a good point where we table this to when we have our new Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer, and then we have a good facilitated discussion after that's fully analyzed, because those are the questions I'm going to ask. What are all of the policies that we have, both staff policies, board directives, board policy? What's all the guiding fiduciary laws? What's all the guiding, principles out there, state law, everything? And then let's look at that in totality and say, okay, do we have a simple document that we can point to? Is it already captured in the values, right? Yeah. Because that's what I would say if somebody asked me what's our guiding principles for ethics, right here in our values, right? But maybe we do need a more simple document, or maybe it's just educational material for new trustees, right? But those are the kind of conversations that I think that we should have in the relatively near future. So I don't see the exigency in making a decision right now before we have the Chief Ethics and Compliance Officer in the seat, but I do think we're going in the right direction. So that's what I would say on my end, and we can open it up to everyone. I see seat 17, whoever that is. Yeah.
Is that me?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I agree that I think that the conversation is definitely going in the right direction, and that the organization would benefit from that sort of analysis. I believe that we do have the capability of gathering, compiling all of the information, and we're going to go ahead and do that prior to the compliance officer coming on board. Only because that's a new position. It's going to take some time to get that through the, quite frankly, the Board of Supervisors in terms of getting in the ordinance position and then bringing them on board. I envision that it'll probably take us between, I don't know, when the board decides to put it in the ordinance, it's going to take us at least 6 months to bring somebody on board. So I'm a little concerned about the timing. We have a lot of very good information, good feedback from you all. And so what we will do is with your direction and permission, of course, is we'll compile all the information. We'll take it back, look at it and try to organize it and then see where the gaps are. We'll investigate the statutes and we'll investigate all the policies and try to pull all the information just to get it ready for the chief compliance officer to review and then allow them to, that individual to go out and if it's a consultant's needed, get a consultant and review it with their own experience with clear eyes. And that way we advance the ball a little bit while we're waiting for this new compliance officer.
I think that's excellent. And I wrote down, Mr. Grable, write down your notes here, ideas, execution, outcome, right? So we're in the ideas phase of all of this. And I think that's good. You compile everything you put together, and then you have a clear document for the new individual to come in for the new fresh set of eyes, plus questions and looking at all of that, put it together. Now we're going to be moving to that execution phase of, okay, let's put together the policies or guidelines or whatever we're ultimately going to do, condense some things, maybe make it more simple, market, figure out how we're, who our audience is, how we're going to do it. So a lot of things that we could look at that point. But I think as long as there's no objection from the board, I think that's a pretty good direction to head towards.
All right. Thank you, Ben.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Okay. So we are officially in the closing remarks and good of the order. So any comments or thoughts in general from any trustees? I will mention for those of you with parking validation or needing parking validation, please see Bonnie so that you can get that validated. And then when you leave, you need to go through the staffed booth. So where there's a staff member to show the validation too. So that's the instruction that I've given to that I've been told to give to everybody. And then for those of you invited to dinner, please plan on meeting in the lobby no later than 5:15, and we will head over to the location. And thank you very much. We'll see everybody tomorrow bright and early.
Recording stopped.